women's team match here. And we have an umpire, Linda Leaf. And representing Maryland, we have Stephanie Zhang, Jane Zhang, Yu Che Xiao, and Ziqi Lin. And for Texas, we have Kelly Zhao, Yuju Liu, Lillian Deng, Ryoji Dai. And our other official is Richard Martin. Go ahead and shake hands.
And welcome back to the 2023 College National Championships. We're getting started into the women's team event. This is Texas versus Maryland. So this is a round of 16. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see our first team competition here. So it's the first team to win 3 matches, and it isn't like a common A versus B, doubles, reverse singles. It's a different kind of layout where it's singles, 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 and doubles
Doubles
if needed.
is a tiebreaker, yeah.
So I'd like to welcome on the mic with me today Matt Harrington, who's getting settled in. We've been having a little opening ceremonies things going on. So we had a processional, the playing of the Canadian and U.S. national anthems, and all of the students were out on the floor. So we're taking a second to get everything reset a little bit, and the teams are getting ready to go.
So usually the order that you pick for the team event's really important because you lock in your order before the competition. It's not something that you typically when you do team ties, you'll choose your order before the tie. But with these ones, they lock in the order at the beginning before the nationals. So before they even come here. So if you're the number 1 in the team and you're in the first position, you're playing in the first position for the entire team competition.
Right. I think you are allowed like a medical substitution, but that you can't like rotate and change the order.
Yeah, you can't change your order once you've locked it in. So this will be hopefully a good match. It's between Kelly Zhao and Stephanie Zhang from Maryland. So Stephanie is a long pips defender. So we'll have a little attack and defense here, which should produce some entertaining rallies.
Yeah, it's it's different in the women's side. There's a lot more variation. With the men's teams, you see primarily mostly attacking players, not as much, different materials as much as you do in the women's. So we're getting ready to start here. They're going to flip to see who gets to serve or receive or choose sides. You've got an option if you win the toss. And now they're got the ball and they get their 2 minutes of warm-up, in which it'll be interesting to see if Kelly shows off any of her defensive skills here. Or do I have it backwards?
Stephanie, the defender.
Okay. That's right. Yeah, I did see her earlier in the women's singles because they're played directly behind our booth area, and we had a quick match, and she was out there playing, and it was actually her and another defender.
Yeah, I saw that one.
So a lot of these players have already played their singles matches, so once they get warmed up, a lot of the first game jitters won't be there like we saw earlier. Our 9 o'clock matches, a lot of the players started out kind of shaky because, it's a different venue than most people play in, with the flooring, the staging, the giant courts, the lighting. It's, it's not something they're used to seeing. So I can see that Stephanie's flipping and not showing that she uses the black side. which sometimes it's okay, but you know, it's kind of interesting to, as the person warming up with them, you kind of want them to hit a few balls with it, just so you can kind of get a sense of what what it is. Because some of the long pips, you know, especially if they start adding sponge to it, it plays differently than like if it has it's straight pips to wood. So when you were based in Maryland, you got to see Stephanie mature as a player?
Yeah, I was practicing with the training group a little bit. She's there pretty regularly. Her brother plays as well. Her brother's around high 22s, 2300. Yeah, hard worker.
Let's get it started. Stephanie to start with the serve. Right away, you can see the flexibility, how low she is. She's a tall young lady, and she got really low to try to chop that ball back. So Kelly's got to be careful and really be watching how much it always helps to get a little Yeah, it's that little chess game going on right now, kind of getting a feel for how they play. And there were a bunch of people out on the court, so she must have found something somebody brought with them.
Nice
Very
early
well done.
timing off that drop.
That was a nice execution of how to play a chopper.
Just a couple of these already. She hasn't really dropped under the ball to start her preparation. It's pretty bold out of the starting blocks for a defender to serve long, fast, and go for a third ball attack.
Yeah, I mean, most choppers now do have a pretty solid offense. From what I saw earlier, she really likes to flat hit the forehand. The loop is more of a safety shot. And then she goes right to the long pips and then tries to finish again. Nice service selection from Kelly Zhao. Gets the free one off the missed return. Good choices on which ball to attack. Usually with the chopper, you get a little tentative, but Kelly frung sweetly and she would just flowing through the shots.
A little luck there. It's going to extend 4-point lead.
That's the first time I've seen Stephanie flip and push with her inverted side. She's pretty much stayed with the long pips on the backhand.
I think she's been a little bit too eager to back off the table too quickly. You can kind of see Kelly's playing quite soft on her first opening, so the timing's quite shallow on the table.
You can see she's telling herself to calm down. Very strong backhand opening top spin. Yeah, people think that choppers primarily just chop with the long pips, but there you can see from the forehand side the amount of underspin that was created made a very difficult third ball attack.
So first game will go to Kelly Zhao, 11-5. Seems quite steady on her opening. There's a couple of errors where she was a little bit too hesitant or a little bit too slow, I think, on the contact.
Yeah, the balls from Stephanie have a lot more spin than what she's anticipating when she flips and uses the red side. And those are where she's made the mistakes, not on the black side.
Mm-hmm.
So she's comfortable playing against the defending style of the long pips. The trickier one is the red side for her. So likely we'll see a little bit tactical change, because most modern defensive players, they're like sparring the first game. They like to win that first game, but if they don't get into. It doesn't really bother them too much because they're making adjustments to their opponent.
Yeah, I think Stephanie needs to stay a little bit closer. Just like in the initial phases of the points, I think Kelly's really not playing too much power, but Stephanie backs off the table quite quickly. I think as soon as she sees that there might be an opportunity that Kelly's going to open, she takes quite a big step back.
It's interesting, both of them on their first serves, so each game have challenged the other one.
I like that play.
It definitely gives you the energy to serve long to a defender. It gives you more depth on the ball.
But yeah, you can just see it was the same in the first game. Kelly's not really giving her any pace to work with.
And she's stepping back.
Yeah.
And the ball's not getting there.
And that's like frustrating. If you're playing defensively and someone's not giving you something that you actually can chop, if you don't have the pace to chop the ball back on the table, you either adjust or you end up in a very shallow hole in the ground.
She got in good position to defend that first attack, but just a little bit early took it wide. Yeah, Kelly's just kind of soft flipping and rolling the ball, so Stephanie doesn't get a lot of spin to wind up the underspin on.
Yeah, she needs kind of like that transition chop when we usually, the first loop doesn't necessarily come with a lot of power and you're on your way back from the table, but that middle ground defensive play.
Yeah, she actually would probably be a little bit more aggressive with the pips on those balls.
That works also.
Yeah, that'll help. That definitely helps. When you get a little love from the net, it always feels good inside. Because you know how it frustrates your opponent.
Some more powerful attacks there from Kelly Zhao.
Did good with to get the first one back because it really jammed her. The second one was just too strong. She couldn't get it back on the table. Okay, Stephanie did a nice transition from defending to attacking.
I think the biggest problem for Stephanie in a match like this is that sometimes opportunities are created, but she's very set in her footwork patterns. defense here. There we go.
Yeah, that was the way she got in. She got her feet in, so then
Yeah.
she could attack with the pips.
Yeah.
And that ball is terrible. I mean, it's not something you want to see coming at you.
No. I mean, she's got to look for these opportunities, but not just with her racket. She has to look for them with her feet.
Yep.
And I think the times that she's gone after the forehand, her footwork almost sometimes seems more like a traditional defender. It's
Correct.
not like there's no quick, like, rapid snap where it's like you're in position for a forehand.
Right. Your feet are in position to turn your hips through the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gets really low by making her feet really wide, which is good for your back, but it does slow down your transitional footwork.
Yeah, and also, as you notice, when your foot stance is that wide, it makes the elbow and body area much wider.
Yeah.
So being able to hit into the body becomes a little bit easier. And that's kind of where Kelly Zhao's been catching her out.
Both players had some reactive play there, and Kelly comes out on the top at that point. So tied up at 8s. Kelly Zhao to get to serve. Lot stronger of adjustments from Stephanie in this game.
Nice little serve and attack there.
Yes. The tricky thing is Kelly's giving her a not so spinny ball. So even though she's defending the first ball okay, it lets it sit up. And as soon as it sits up, Kelly's being able to attack and finish that part of it. Patience wins the point there. Both were trying to find that little window, and Kelly decided that that ball was the right one and just overspun it. So 9-all.
Bit of an easy unforced error there.
Yeah, a very untraditional return from the forehand with the backhand. Yeah, it's hard to chop a driven ball. So Kelly takes advantage at the end of the game. Seems pretty happy with herself. Big smile.
Positioning is just the biggest issue. A lot of these attacking shots that are coming from Kelly, they're kind of going up that middle third of the table, and she seems to just. Stephanie tends to lose her balance a little bit, or she doesn't have the right positioning to be able to do what she wants to do.
And give credit to Kelly on varying her spin. You know, the backhand actually is rather flat.
Yeah.
And so she uses that to change the dynamics of the spin. And it really has helped her so far.
Yeah, I think one of the things for Stephanie is the racket twiddling. I think she's getting into pushing rallies and she's using the long pips on the backhand side a lot. So we're not seeing her flip her racket over too much. And sometimes if you're in a slow push rally, you kind of push at the ball with long pips and it just drops off your racket. So.
And especially if you're not getting a strong push.
Yeah.
I mean, this is more of a controlled, just guiding push, as you know, as opposed to someone who's pushing with a very discernible snap into it to make a lot of spin.
Yeah.
The ladies are ready to go faster than the umpire there. They were serving while he was still flipping back the zeros. Stephanie gets that first point in, which is a good start for her.
Yeah, I could see that big step back for a ball that doesn't really have too much power on it. Usually, as she contacts the ball, she's still moving away from the table. All the body weight's going away from the ball.
Yeah, I don't think she really wanted to serve topspin. I think she wanted it to be dead, and that's why it kicked out.
And this time, Twiddles to use the long pips on the forehand.
That's okay if she has something to attack with the backhand, but didn't think that was going to be the case. Still 2-2, or 3-2 now.
That was a good play.
Just a little over-eager on the forehand.
Saw one twiddle to the red side, then back to the pips.
And then a
Then a
fast
swipe. I like that one.
Yeah, that was good. Right off the bounce, the quick swipe to change the tempo.
And she really committed to the forehand, which is what she needs to do.
I don't know what you would call that. It's not a fish. It's not a lob. It's not a counter.
It's kind of a retrieve.
Yeah. She didn't put a lot of pressure on, but didn't need to. Because
I mean, I would be using that more if I were her, because
it's uncomfortable.
yeah, really, you know, if you're playing a defensive player and they're doing that to you and you're missing, you kind of get lulled into a, like, not laziness, but you don't commit to your movement. You feel like you have more time. And if you miss a couple of them, it really just makes you doubt your movement and your speed and everything.
Yeah, it definitely was a little overly aggressive with that ball, with the long pips. There's the spin variation coming out to help her because she did the flip and then went back to it.
Make or break now. She's gotta
She's
lock
got to
in the
keep that
second.
2-point lead. Little frustration creeping into Kelly there.
That's all it takes sometimes.
Technique looked really good, but the ball just didn't have enough spin. It was pacier than what she thought it was going to be. If you look at the position in the replay, oh, that was from the point before. They got me. They trapped me. Replay guys.
Got him.
Thanks. Good job. Oh, there's the red. There's still with the red now. There's the.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, even if she's changing between both, it's better than continuing to use the long pips. Because if you carry on pushing with long pips, you're at the mercy of the incoming ball as well.
Yeah.
Nice little play there. A little
Yeah.
bit soft on the forehand. I think it was.
But it was actually better to
Kelly
be
an
soft because
opportunity.
it let her control the position better. I think if she would have tried to make it more powerful, she would have lost control of the position. Wow. Kelly did a great job of setting that. That was a great set play from her. Got around to that forehand and went really wide. Little delay while the ball went out of court, out of frame here for a moment. Trying to get the ball back, wrangled in. You never know where the ball rolls around here.
Around the net.
Yeah.
If we're playing, right?
Yeah,
Roger?
yeah.
You'd be hitting around the net roller.
very calm on the attacks.
Another good placement too, just right down that center line. I still think Stephanie's backing off too much.
Oh, she takes the time out.
I don't mind this. I think strategically this is, she has to win this game, so locking this in is important. Yeah, I still think for the amount of power that Kelly's applying to the ball when she's looping, I think Stephanie's
she needs to
just
stay in.
Yeah, maybe like half the distance she's going back from the table to what she is now.
Yeah, because by the time it gets there, she doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah, and the ball's like, it's already dropping off, and she's going for quite like long, drawn out defensive strokes,
Lifting
and there's just no speed on the ball to carry it.
Yeah, if you don't get to play defenders often, you know, there's different ways to play them, but what Kelly's doing is probably the right strategy because it doesn't let the chopper really develop a lot of spin.
Right.
And that's
Yeah.
good.
You're literally taking the biggest weapon away from them, which is the chop.
Yeah.
You know, if you play against someone who just rolls the ball on quite slowly, it's very difficult for them to play defense. They just have nothing to work with. This time she's moved back in.
A little more difficult on that one. Added a little bit of side spin to that one.
I like that she chopped the first ball, and when the ball came back soft, she moved back into the table. She can't stay back there if the
I
ball
think she
can be soft.
realized that she needed to get back.
Same with this one.
Yeah,
I
she
mean-
got down there, but there's
Yeah.
nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're chopping, your movement, because your feet are the opposite way around, your footwork's basically primed to move back on one
Yeah.
side. So moving back to chop the ball is a little bit easier than trying to move forward for all of these softer shots.
She got into her comfort zone and she got power to work from. And that's how she gets through to the chance to get to that fifth game, the magic fifth game. Got to start with one.
Still a little, yeah.
You got to get one. When you're down 2-0, that third game is just everything. You got to throw the kitchen sink in at that point. You know.
Some great camera work there from Angela Guan. She has now joined our camera crew temporarily, it seems.
Nice.
Maybe she can throw in some defensive tips for she's right next to them.
I don't know, though. She's if it was maybe UCLA, I think she might be tempted. Or Berkeley, sorry. I get them confused.
So a bit of a task ahead for both players, I think.
Yeah, so
Kelly
the question is, Stephanie, can she keep that momentum?
Yeah.
And then can Kelly close? You know, is she going to overplay? You know, there's that calmness that you got to maintain to be able to finish matches.
Yeah.
You know, and being calm actually helps the modern defender. You know, if you're not taking any risks, you're not putting any pressure on them.
Right, and then she can build some rhythm, which I think she started to.
Especially that last point.
Yeah.
She forced her to attack. And once that forced attack happened,
Yeah, she can
was
handle.
prepared.
Yeah, she can handle the power defending. I mean, I've played with her before, and I mean, my forehand's not soft, but she can handle that. But if you play slow loop to her,
it's awkward.
Yeah, so Kelly's really got to mix in and play around with the speed and the depth and stuff like that, as well as the side-to-side placement as well.
Yeah, when she does the step up on the push and hits the pips, she's done remarkably well in winning those points.
But I think also for Kelly, So far, Stephanie hasn't done anything that worrying with her forehand. Like, she's moving into position better, but she's not, like, killing the ball. But it's like I said before, it really only takes a small handful of points against somebody who's defending or giving you, like, an awkward ball. And
Confidence starts
just
to get a
that
little
tiny
shaky.
wavering confidence is enough to start the unforced errors creeping in.
Wow, got on the board with an unforced error. Stephanie's probably going to be a little mad at herself for that one.
Yeah, there's not really, there's not enough bite in her attacking game. I think like once it's topspin, she can handle it with her forehand okay. That's better. If she gets a ball like that and she can hit it flat, no problem.
She's happy.
Yeah.
But that was all set up with her really good angle play. She really got the ball wide to Kelly's backhand, and she couldn't put anything on the ball, so it popped up on her. And Stephanie finished that one. That was very, very well done. Talk about a comfort level now. She definitely felt everything in that point.
I mean, I thought that Kelly's, the way that she set that point up was pretty flawless. It's probably one of her better points, but yeah, Stephanie stepped it up a notch.
It seems like the more pressure that's applied, the better she actually reacts.
Definitely getting some more confidence from the Maryland side of the table.
Yeah, you can see with her footwork, her body positioning, everything's starting to flow a little bit better for her. Kelly with a little bit of a rush there.
Definitely some pressure creeping in here.
You can tell when they start to get that little bit of,
The main difference is now she's actually putting more pace on her first opening than she was before. So as her confidence is built, she's put more pace on the ball, but that's not helping her now. Because now Stephanie can defend against it a little bit easier than before. She wants the pace.
yes. Although that positioning short to the wide forehand, that's good stuff right there.
Yeah, definitely a big shift in confidences here in this match. She's going to take her towel break 10-2. Take a deep breath, make sure she takes advantage of one of these 8-game points somewhere. She'll take the first one.
Yeah, so that was like overreacting. And she should have been thinking, okay, I'm down 10-2. All I need to do is get some rhythm on for the next game. And instead of thinking about I'm going to lose this game.
Yeah.
What do I need
build
to do?
some momentum. Yeah.
So just rushing to finish the game, not a great idea.
So I would say going into the fifth, it's probably, I would say starting out, it's probably like 70-30 in favor of Stephanie right now, because
the confidence is a little dented.
Yeah, and again, she's not under that much pressure to attack. She's actually winning points from defending the majority of the time.
Yeah.
And so she can just settle into her rhythm straight away from the first point here. And unless Kelly adapts and stops making these unforced errors, it's going to be one-way sailing for Stephanie unless something changes.
Kelly just needs to think like she did in the first 2 games, which is like control
Yeah,
and,
just
and
grind
soft
the first
spin
ball
the
in.
ball.
Yeah. I mean,
She looks like she's anxious to win.
I think so. I think she wanted to get over the finish line too quickly.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. She's got to be willing to grind when you play a chopper. Good movement on the ball.
See, this is kind of what I would worry about, is Kelly coming out here and being kind of tentative and more afraid to attack.
Yeah, because she could have attacked earlier.
She could have attacked any of those. So I don't know. Is she going to try and push around more? That's a good ball. Because I think actually for Stephanie, that swipe shot with the backhand with the long pips is actually a strength, probably one of her better strengths. So if you keep pushing to her, she's gonna
do it to you.
Yeah.
And what do you do? It's hard to react to it.
a little bit unlucky there. The right pace though, I think.
Yeah, to loop 2 strong balls in a row is hard, and she did it with ease. So she should be confident knowing that she can do that, and she's not always going to get a net ball return. She's over anxious. She needed to wait. She's getting what she wants, a nice deep ball.
Now she's like holding, I think she's controlling distance a lot better. So she has like a much better idea of when she should be up at the table and when she should be back.
Kelly wisely takes a timeout right there. She came out with a good plan. Had a couple little mishaps, but she's not playing incorrectly. The technique is good, and just a little bit of net, a little bit of a pips hit, and she's getting frustrated with herself. It's not. She's doing everything correctly.
I think this kind of thing tends to happen with defenders, is that when the longer the match goes on, the more likely they are to adapt to your pace. If you're a player that maintains a fairly similar pace, and I think Kelly has kind of kept a similar game plan and a similar speed level throughout the whole match, and I think Stephanie's kind of honed on to that now. And
well, yeah, because if you remember in the first game, it was a lot of mix, spin, no spin, you know, and then the second game was a little bit more power. The third game she played to pretty much play all aggressive, and the fourth game we'll just delete that one because it was just kind of like a few mistakes, a few really good shots by Stephanie, and now we're here in the 5th.
Yeah, you can see there's definitely a loss of confidence in especially the first opening ball. And I find particularly when you watch in the women's game, when they shut down and when they lose their confidence attacking against the defense, against the chop, the backhand side is usually the first side to suffer. So once you start seeing more backhand pushing, that kind of tells you already that there's been some loss of confidence.
Yeah, that could have been attacked.
Worked out well for her, but I mean, she has played some nice backhand loops.
Yeah,
in the match.
she definitely has that shot. And it's actually difficult because the defender can't read the backhand as well as they can the forehand.
Nice little connection there between the serve and attack.
See if she can keep her.
Much more confidence from Stephanie. I love that she's going out there and serving long. Like she's the one setting the fast pace so that she gets the fast pace back.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants Kelly to attack.
Good ball movement by Kelly, but just a nice defensive play from Stephanie, changing it up enough to take some of the energy out. She drove it just a little bit too hard. She needs to have confidence in that spinny opening.
Yeah, she seems a little too tense. You see her racket doesn't drop enough. She's almost starting the ball like directly below where she's contacting it.
Yeah,
Doesn't
same
have,
level.
like the build up or.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, even when she does hit it against the backspin ball, it doesn't have like that high arc. It doesn't have like the safety window. It's quite low
flat.
trajectory. Yeah. So I guess when she gets a heavier ball, she's not able to kind of kick the ball up enough.
She's reminding herself of that too. She was just like down, down, down.
Yeah. Get your racket down, get your legs down, brush. That was a good ball. Yeah, that's much better. And concentrating on the spin and the safety and slowing the ball down is actually going to help her in both aspects.
Right. Stephanie's got to be careful not to try to rush to end the game. She needs to just keep grinding.
You don't want to be a defensive player rushing anything. Great serve placement there.
Sometimes you can read when the defender is going to use the backhand over on the forehand side. And I think she did that right there. Attacking the middle.
A handful of really good points from Kelly Zhao. Not out of it yet. That's really good stuff. You can see more deliberately making sure that she starts with her racket lower and just kicking the ball up, putting topspin on the ball.
Really good camera work, guys.
Yep.
Very nice.
Oh, that one's gonna sting.
Yeah, that's a
She really played that. She played that point quite well as well. Good control over the ball, but
that's probably the best rally for both players.
looks like she's having a word with the umpire there. I'm not sure what about.
She's saying something about a double hit, possibly.
Double hits within the rules. So
Yeah, but I think she pointed above the wrist. But I didn't see that.
That would be quite abnormal.
Yeah, it would be.
I'm going to elbow the ball over.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 match points for Stephanie Zhang.
Wow.
Best point of the match was the last one. Great from both players.
Kelly did a really nice job working the ball all over the table and just wasn't enough.
Great comeback there from Stephanie
down
Jung,
2-0.
down 2-0. Great adjustments. She really, really eased into the pace of the match.
You can tell how happy the teammates are.
Yeah, I mean, first match of the tie. Wanted to get that under.
Well, the nice thing is it actually evens up the score in the team tie. It's now 1-1. So it's important. You know, you need to work together as your team.
So do we have the fourth singles on here? We must have. I think we end up with the fourth. I guess we'll find out in a moment. But we'll have another match here on.
Maryland team's very excited. So they may be up 2-1.
Great slow motion replays there. It's great stuff from
Great sportsmanship too
Collegiate.
from Kelly. I mean, she smiled, and
so it's actually 2-1. So, I mean, we had quite a long match here, and at the same time they had two matches, one each way on table 2. So Maryland actually has a 2-1 lead. We will probably get the fourth match here on table 1, I would imagine. That match is between Rosha Dai and Chi Lin.
So the
Umpire's
umpire's
coming out with some rackets, so it looks like we will have it here.
yep. Maryland team's quite excited to be in the lead with this matchup coming up for some reason. Something maybe they know we don't know.
Potential eyes on the finish line here.
Yeah, it's always tricky when you get to this point where you have that lead and you're going out there for that fourth match, that that player doesn't feel too much pressure to win the game, you know, on the first 3 balls. You know, that doesn't determine it. It's,
Yeah.
you know, it's got to be steady pressure to, you know, complete what the team needs. It's funny because you almost see two different energies coming out here. The Maryland player is very kind of pumped up and ready to play. The other girl looks a little more intimidated. Could be the court.
Yeah, I guess there's also the balance of a team as well. You have some teams here that have a much stronger one player
1-2.
or a 1 and 2, and then the 3 and 4 are, you know, a little bit weaker, and then maybe they're playing against a team that's quite balanced. I don't know. Maybe Maryland is secretly confident that they think they have this one in the bag here. I'm not sure. Looks like
Ooh, righty
Dai
lefty.
from Texas is a lefty. My favorite kind of player. Not that I'm taking sides.
It's hard to believe. Why would you root for lefty? Yeah, shocking.
It's against Maryland though, so
Oh, yeah.
I gotta have. Am I supposed to have allegiance to Maryland? It's only been 2 years.
It's only been 2 years.
There are a couple of New Zealanders here I can still get behind. I think I'll just stick to that for now.
It's going to be, I think, a little different match than we just saw. A little bit more third and fifth ball attacking going on without the long defensive rallies. But we'll see when the pressure gets on, people tend to push a lot. You know, they serve safe.
Sure.
They don't try to attack. They try to force errors on, you know, other people trying to attack a kind of shaky ball. Well, let's see if Maryland can finish it off, or if the team from Texas can Get back in it. It's not a huge difference in the, this is Texas being a 13 seed and Maryland being an 8. It's not like dramatically huge differences.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, you don't know where the point differential is. Maybe it's in the number 4 players. Or you can have, like, all the point differential between the team might be between the 1 and 1.
Yeah.
And then
everybody else
maybe
is
the
balanced.
next 3 are all, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, where do you put your strong player? And what's, that strong player, how much different are they than the other two?
Yeah, I mean, especially in these best of 5 team formats. I mean, when the one season of college that I played, I was like on the border of being the 2-3 player, but I played in the 4 spot. When you're playing teams in the 4 spot, for me, I could just run through and get the point for, so we were basically guaranteed that point. I think I lost 1 match. And then Tim Wong was playing in the number 1, so Tim Wong had a pretty good chance of getting his one as well.
And then you and him.
And then me and him played the doubles, so even in a really tight match, we still had a good chance of getting through.
Well, that awkward lefty push right there, kind of.
Nice combo.
Backhand flick, forehand finish. Lefties, all these tricks. But nice work. Very good.
We're going to get that pendulum battle now, which typically happens between left and right-handers, where they serve pendulum to each other's forehands and find the angle really uncomfortable and do stuff like that, which is move over into the middle with the backhand. It's interesting to see her. She's serving a lot of this pendulum to the backhand, so I guess she's kind of hoping that the ball comes back into the middle of her forehand.
Yeah, loose to the middle or loose to the forehand side.
Yeah, she's getting it.
That's a spacing issue too, because she's pretty tight to the table with her left hip, so she doesn't have a lot of space to work with that ball coming at her quickly. So she needs to back up just a spit, just a little. Pretty rushed backhand attack there. Needed to just slow down a little bit.
Yeah. When she connects the timing together between her shots, she's already hit some pretty impressive back-to-back.
But that serve off the line is really.
Got late on that. Late on the forehand opening. So dive from Texas. The little lead here. She has been hitting over a lot. Yeah, either early or late timing. On different balls.
Well, you got to remember, she's not been able to stay warm. All she got was her 2 minutes to warm up. So, the number 1 and 2 players can go warm up and then come out and play. 3 and 4 have to sit for the whole entire match because they can't really leave the bench area. I mean,
that serve's been working wonders for her in this first game.
Yeah. Does she change it now? That was a little more upright. It popped up a little bit more.
She's definitely been sending the ball long on a lot of the kind of third ball follow-ups.
Again, just overlifting that ball.
Yeah. It's usually like tightness in the shoulders or like tightness on the contact. I think she's tightening on the contact a little bit too much. Yeah, you can see that it's a little bit too rigid.
Yeah.
So that's cost her a good
No.
handful of points there, and it's 9-9.
See if she can take advantage on the, so far, the stronger side, the serves.
Very good disguise between spins. She's caught her out with the backspin variation every time, I think. Yeah, yeah.
So that was the side spin variation.
Yeah, and the best time to actually land the next ball on the table.
Yep. And it was well placed wide.
Yeah.
My question is she going to relax now? Because it wouldn't have been that tight if she would have not been,
Yeah.
you know, so tight on her attack. I mean, between her hand tension and her arm tension, it got her in trouble.
Yeah, ironically, she stays very loose in the serve.
Yeah.
Very loose in the serve.
Then just tightens up.
Yeah.
Maybe she expects to just win outright on the serves.
Yeah.
It's not a good bet.
She's just trying to, like, pressure too much straight away. So she's really trying to press forward and yeah,
she's got to play forward, not press forward.
I mean, one of the first points that she played was like she just rolled through the backhand, next ball came back, and she snapped like the perfect forehand into the corner.
Yep.
If she played like that every point, this would be
we're
quite
midway through
one-sided.
game two.
Or at least, yeah, at least Lynn would have like a lot more pressure on her.
It is funny because when they came out on the court, Lynn was the one that was more relaxed. And Dai was the one feeling all the pressure.
I mean, she's one game down and she still looks more relaxed.
I know. That is funny you say that. A little too much heat in the kitchen there. Overcooked to serve long.
Yeah, I think she just needs to spend a little more time lining the ball up, rolling through the first contact.
Oh, she shortened it up. The return was a little shorter than it looked like when it came off her racket. It looked like it was going to come out off the table more. It just kind of stalled. Nice patience off the net ball. Some people see that net ball and they want to rush in and finish that ball.
Yeah.
And she just waited.
Yeah, it's just 70-80% pace. Keeping the shoulders relaxed. That's 10 times better. I mean, you can get away with so much more when you're relaxed in table tennis. There was one player last year. I feel like her name was Wang Chen, not like Wang Chen, but oh no, it was Rachel Yang. It was because I remember because she had the same name as somebody else. There was another Rachel Yang here, and she was quite tall, and she was so relaxed. She just played some unbelievable shots. It's like watching a female college Osang-in, like just unbelievably loose.
It's fluid and everything flowing. And that's what you need to do.
We're seeing some of it. Yeah, this game has definitely been better for Rosha Dai. Much better. That's like night and day from the first game.
Yeah. It's like, who was that the first game?
Yeah.
Because that was beautiful. Well executed, nice, quick, relaxed. Still getting handcuffed with that long serve. Lynn's just kind of struggling with that. There was a good use of the angle. She pushed her wide into the backhand and then went short to the forehand side. That's what's, you know, kind of keeping her in this.
Going back to the overheading. I think
to the
especially when the
challenge.
ball has less spin on it, that's when she tightens up, I think, the most.
The timing just isn't quite there on that forehand open.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, if she plays like that, there's not too much that Lynn can do. And you can see with the angle going cross-court, Lynn's getting backed off the table quite a lot as well. It's a great, great serve. Perfect depth on the table. Yeah, I think Lynn definitely has to get away from that forehand half. I think that's also been a big factor in this game, is that the majority of shots that she's played, especially topspin or like backhand blocks, they've gone to the forehand. So she's letting her play more forehand. You know, once you see that the unforced errors aren't happening anymore, you have to change plan.
And what's funny is Lynn is trying to step back and protect herself from the jam. And Dai has not exposed the short, wide forehand serve. This would be a good time to serve short and wide.
Yeah.
See, that was in the middle.
That's good enough. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. Oh, I mean, honestly, as a left-handed player, that is like, you need that serve. It really, like, if you get a short pendulum that just breaks off the edge on the forehand side.
But if you're hitting that shot, that forehand, that one-step forehand.
Yeah, that's good. So 2-0 lead here for Dai.
It's not like she's running away. I mean, they're tight.
She's holding ground. They need this. Texas need this. You know, they're trailing 2-1. They need to get this win to send it to the doubles. I mean, the doubles could be pretty interesting. It'd be Dai and Kelly Zhao, and they'll be playing Yu Chia and Stephanie. I think honestly, in that matchup, I would definitely say that Texas are the favorites. So Dai right now, she's probably thinking, if I can pull this win off, team's got a pretty good chance of coming back from 2-1 and swinging it.
Yeah, the Maryland team's really trying to get her psyched up and change what's happening. You got to be careful how much information you throw at somebody though during that little in this one timeout. Can't cloud what the thought process is. Just give a very pointed direction.
So 2-0 is the margin to chase for Ziqi Lin. I'd like to see more of that. I think that's honestly serving that kind of half-long backspin to the middle.
Almost
Majority of time, Dai's pushing back, gets him with a heavy spin to the backhand. It's just a very, it's a good, not a bad tactic. As long as she places that first spinny ball well.
Yeah, she did not do that on the second one. She pretty much spun it right to the paddle.
Yeah. But you know, if you can set up and almost guarantee that you're going to get a long push back in table tennis,
that's okay.
You can basically play it out however you want. Gives you a lot of options. I think the serve return also is, I mean, for Lin, against that serve, I would like to see her dropping it cross. So I would say that Dai would not expect that, to drop the ball short across to the forehand or to flick across to the backhand. Like really just get it out to the corner. But I think she's a little bit too hesitant on her backhand side. She's not sure what's happening with the serve.
Oh, middle ball given. You know, that was kind of a gift. Put it off the table.
Nice. Nice
well
serve
played.
variation.
Yeah.
So Dai up 1 point here.
Oh, she changed it up and she got it.
It's a
high
good
ball.
variation.
She
I
wasn't
feel like
prepared.
She should have expected that.
Yeah, she looked surprised.
Yeah, I mean, judging by that serve, I would say 80% chance of that kind of return.
Oh, that was a risky attempted attack.
I mean, look, Lynn's winning 5-4, and you don't tend to notice what she's doing too much. It's not like she's not really doing anything that's spectacular or outstanding, but she's just
tighter.
grinding away 1 point at a time. Still very focused.
Oh, she got to serve back that time, but couldn't get out of the trap.
I mean, that's like just, it's really simple stuff.
Yeah,
Just
basics.
rolling through the ball.
Yeah, this is just keep it simple.
I mean, for Lynn, there's a lot of points to be made in her just letting Dai make errors. If she can place the ball reasonably well, doesn't have to do too much to the ball. So Lynn with a 2 point lead here.
Yeah, if she can split on the serve, should be happy. That's not helping.
Maybe we'll see a comeback. Maybe this is what happens when you have Stephanie on your bench. You lose the first 2 games and then the hard work begins. Great serve variation there.
Yeah, she was still looking at the backhand.
And I think Dai's noticed that Lynn's become a little bit more comfortable receiving backhand, so.
That's always good, right into the elbow. Whether it's righty or lefty, anytime that ball comes in that decision spot. Oh, she set it up and she missed
just
it.
a simple return.
Now all the pressure's on her during serve, just to get it.
It's really like apples and oranges. First half of the match and second half. I mean, we literally saw Dai putting like everything on in the first half, and
Yeah.
also the last game as well.
But
And
not this
now
one.
we've kind of reverted back to what we saw in the first game.
But yeah, she steadied herself very well. It was really different of the first two, with Dai looking totally in sync with herself. Now that third game, she looked like she kind of forgot who she was and just let it get away from her, because Lynn just steadied herself.
Yeah.
She wasn't making quite the simple errors on the serve return. Gave herself a little bit more space to see and read the backhand serve. So, the adjustment I made was to serve wide to her forehand, and she got the point. But it's not consistent enough. She's getting a good attack ball, but she has to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, like, when she gets to those stages of a game, when Lynn sees that the error rate's going up, all she has to do is focus on getting the ball back on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, every ball that she gets back on, it's like 50% more chance of winning the point.
That's scary.
That's, yeah, I mean, like that, honestly, that probably would have done it if that ball had gone on.
Yeah. Yeah, she overcommitted to that first attack. She would not have been ready for the second one.
Good start for Rosha Dai. 2 serves, 2 points.
Nice
Right,
save.
that's
Good finish.
Like, that's finally some little bit more aggression from her. And great forehand, too.
Yeah, I mean, where's that been?
Yeah.
And she let it go. Yeah, she relaxed and let it just go. Feels like she
Tends
kind
to
of
like-
guides it a little bit.
Yeah. She tends to drop her racket a little bit on the backhand side as well. Which means, like, usually if she's playing against topspin, she's kind of poking the ball over the end.
Nice jammed return. Right into Dai's middle.
Perfect length on that serve.
Yeah.
And the placement.
I don't know if I would have swung, because I would have been thinking
That's
goodbye
close
racket.
to the corner. I'd be worried about my knuckles. That was right up on the corner of the table.
That's one of the struggles
taking
with coming here to the Nationals. Every match has a scorekeeper or an umpire, and people kind of tend to forget what the protocol is you leave your table and the ball on the table when you would go to the towel. I don't know if I'd be serving that long to the forehand.
I wouldn't back away afterward. Like, I would expect her to attack. You could see she served long and then kind of like stepped way back from the table. She's got to stay up on her backhand and keep the pressure on. Yeah, I mean, she added a little bit more pressure in the last game and forced a quite a high number of errors.
So now she's backing off and kind of just sliding the ball up. Yeah, she keeps running herself. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Yeah, I don't think you want to push twice.
Unfortunate timing there for that serve error.
Yeah, she took a timeout right there, too. Yeah,
Definitely needs every point she can get now.
Yeah, she needs to come back and clean her head up a little bit. I think the pressure's getting to her decision-making on the service game, and she just needs to relax a little bit more. Like you said, when she got into the rallies, she was good. And, you know, putting the pressure on Dai to make those mistakes that she was making earlier. Just keep fighting, her friends say. It's always interesting because we can see, but we can't really tell what they're saying. That was interesting. Maybe you're receiving a little online coaching advice. I don't know if
Maybe.
is that legal? I don't know. It's a team event, but how big is the team? Is it global?
Don't ask me. I know nothing. I'm here to commentate the match.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Hey,
She comes down and wins her point. It worked.
Yeah. Caller number 9.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's a new service you can charge for, Matt.
I do it for free up here.
I know.
If
Yeah.
we could just have to watch the replays.
Come back and watch your matches online. Oh, again, there's the confidence. Just took it a little long.
I think the serve variation from Dai has played a pretty big role in how this match has played out.
I think a lot of it is that right there. She's so afraid of that serve and that follow forehand that, you know.
And none of them are the same.
No.
They're literally all, every single serve has like some slight variations to it. And it's tough. I mean, if you're playing someone and you're losing the majority of points off their serve, that's 50% of every game gone.
Right.
And you have to hold your serve out really well.
Yeah, she's down 3. She really needs to get to 7-9. And there she did it with a good serve. It was shorter than the rest have been. So now she got lucky.
Just sets up a lot of. I feel like if she took every opportunity that she set up with her serve, it would be a totally different game.
Oh, she changed it up. The fast one went to the middle instead of going into the backhand.
2 match points here for Rosha Dai from Texas. This is a big match for Texas. This is they're 1 match point away from tying things up. Maryland currently leading 2 matches to 1 in this best of 5 team tie. Great serve.
Big challenge to the forehand. Which is actually a good psychological ploy too. You win that point or you get the first attack from the long serve. Now what's she thinking? You know, everything's on the table right now.
Oh, great finish. Great finish there. Good placement down the line from Lynn, but
yeah.
Dai saved the best forehand till last. So
now here we go.
Rosha Dai will take the match. It's now
a
2 matches each.
Yeah.
And we go to the doubles for the decider.
So does she gets a minute break in between?
I guess so.
Yeah. Because now Dai's got to come out and play doubles
against 1 defender. So I guess we'll have a minute here before this deciding match in this women's team round of 16 here at the 2023 College Table Tennis Championships.
Yeah, we'd like to thank the people at the Round Rock Visitors Bureau. They've supplied us with some interesting places to go find some cuisine. And it's pretty varied. I mean, from tacos to barbecue, you know. It's
all the good stuff.
Round Rock Donuts, if you really want to get chubby. Because they got more sweet stuff there and it hurts your brain. But yeah, I'm eager to see how the Major League Table Tennis program gets going. A lot of these players that you're going to be seeing in the semifinals, finals are going to have the opportunity to take part in that. So that's an interesting upcoming thing and a good opportunity for the sport of table tennis to have somebody step up and do that. Just like DHS steps up and supplies us some of the best tables and balls in the business. You know, we're thankful for their expertise in that. We also like to thank the crews at Punk's Base for getting on board with us and providing places to learn how to play better and learn new places to play. So if you're out traveling, get online with them and find a place to play near you. So in moments, we'll have the final match number 5 of this women's team round of 16.
This is what I worried about right here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so
I
like
don't
the
know.
camera comes in and touches it. It's not here, but if it touches,
Does that happen?
never. But if it happens, you and I gotta make a call like this. Is the camera part of the tape?
I would
Say
say
no.
no. I would say no because how it
Other than
butts
this,
out.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
This
we'll say
is,
no.
but this butts out too
We're
much.
gonna say
So
no.
I would say no.
We're gonna say no.
But
No, you'll clarify later, but I just want to see if you.
yeah.
I said, well, yeah.
Okay, we're getting one more player and one more racket. Thank you. We got all the rackets now.
I tell her 2 minutes. Okay, I got one side's red and one side's blue. Who wants the ball? Who wants the ball? And red it is. What would you like to do? Serve or side? They want to serve. What side would you like? Okay. And who's going to serve? Okay. Okay. Stephanie's going to serve. Who's going to receive? And you're Skelly. You ready, Linda? 2 minutes? Go ahead, you get that.
Here we go. This is it. The big
It
time.
really is, yeah.
Who's going on to the quarters?
It's been quite a back and forth here. Maryland were winning 2-1, but the left-hander on the near side from Texas,
Rushidai.
Shadai, came through with her match. Now it's all down to the doubles. It's going to be very interesting to see how Stephanie Zhang handles this doubles. Typically, defensive players worldwide not so strong at doubles, but I mean in the US, when do you ever get to play doubles? This is one of the few tournaments that has doubles, and so
Especially
you don't
like
really get
women's
to practice.
doubles. Yeah.
You don't really get to practice doubles, so plenty of challenges to overcome here in this.
That's a
I'd love to see more of it. I mean, I love
yeah,
doubles.
because it's just like the team concept. It's really about how well the two of you do.
Yeah. I love playing doubles. I think it's something that's missing in this country in particular. It's just so very, very singles focused. So both sides still warming up. Texas.
But you can see
the right.
the rhythm differences between the righty-lefty combination and the righty-righty combination, how much more flow there is to the righty-lefty combination on the forehands. And it could be dangerous for the Maryland team if they can get that kind of rhythm play.
Yeah, and they can cross angles to both corners from the middle, from their forehand. So against one defensive player, it's challenging. I think Stephanie's going to be the one that faces the most pressure. But at the same time, she could be the one to throw in the most surprises as well.
Yeah, I think her quality of service game is going to put a ton of pressure on Texas. Kelly had the benefit of seeing that ball.
Looks like Xiao also has some long pips on her backhand, so we'll see if she backs off the table or keeps playing close. Might be OX.
That could be an interesting situation. Wow.
Nice little switch up there.
Rushi did a great job getting jammed and getting out of it. So there she can return with her forehand and kind of negate some of the side spin and deaden the ball out. So it's harder to get the chop effectively back on the into the table. That's the trick with doubles. You have to serve to a certain spot.
Very loose swing on that forehand.
Thought she was going to miss it. But it was a good spot, right into the body.
I think the interesting thing that the Texas pair need to find out is whether Xiao can go back from the table and chop. Because if she can't, if they can work Stephanie back and then get Xiao on the backhand side, if she's back from the table and she's using OX and she's a push blocker, that's going to be very uncomfortable territory for her to be in. So there's definitely an opportunity for them to exploit the depth of placement more.
Yeah, because it seems like they both are comfortable with getting that rolling topspin game. Stephanie's really good spins are actually coming back to haunt her teammate.
Yeah.
It's just so much heavier than she's expecting it to be.
Yeah, and her swing's quite loose. You don't see like the... Oh, that was a nice placement.
That was the OX, quick off the bounce kind of punch.
Nice little pop to it as well.
Oh.
That kind of spoiled the surprise factor.
Yeah. She's probably like, oh man, get off the net. Kind of confused by that. Yeah, usually you want the righty cleared. It's awkward.
Nice counter attack there from Yuchia Xiao.
The ball went ricocheting out into the seating area. Getting that taken care of. Get the ball back into play. So the umpire, anytime the ball leaves the court, the umpire wants to make sure there's not any soda or anything else on the ball. That's tricky when your partner's a chopper and you're a push blocker. They chop, it gets pushed back. You don't know how much is left on the ball. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm curious as to tactically who calls the shots.
Yeah.
You would think it would be the player that's push blocking because they're the one that's up at the table. I feel like whichever one of them is formulating the tactics, one of them's out of their comfort zone. So it's like, you
You're
know,
right.
okay, we're
Yeah.
playing close to the table. Oh, well, now I'm chopping. I don't feel comfortable close to the table. All right, let's back off. No, I can't back off the table. But definitely holding their own here.
Yeah, the Texas team not afraid to take some risks.
That's not great timing for a missed serve. Then again, no time ever is.
Yeah. But now Kelly has the serve.
And 2 game points in hand.
And so I would be looking, I'd probably serve fast underspin and with a lefty partner so they could get their forehand attack in right away. So they came back. They were down a little bit, and the Texas team of Zhao and Dai come back to get that first game.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit uncomfortable with figuring out what was going on. I haven't really figured out what the strategy is with the Maryland pair. I don't know what they're I don't understand how they're trying to play, and I think the Texas girls were the same. It was like every point they had to try and figure out something different was going on, but
Yeah, and they just played steady.
yeah.
You know, they didn't get rattled too much when a couple of the crazy chop block shots got in, and they weren't real uncomfortable opening against the heavy chop. So overall, the Texas team just, you know, very solidly worked a progression, you know, slowly worked their way through the match. So Miss Linda Leaf calling them back to the table.
I think in this game, I would definitely like to see more structure from the Maryland pair.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a good understanding of what they're doing. I think they're kind of playing and going through the motions, and they understand as singles players
How
to force errors, but I don't see a clear doubles strategy from them of how they're combining their strengths together to win points. I think they're just going through the motions and thinking, okay, let's just keep doing this, and hopefully we win some points. So
Yeah,
I think intention is missing a little bit.
Yeah, now it's So Kelly was pretty comfortable with Stephanie's. She just got to play her singles, so she was pretty comfortable with the service spin and the other spins. So now it's going to be how comfortable is she
That
against
was a great forehand chop.
So now let's see what they do with the, with the lead and the serve. I think, like you said, it's like, okay, I want to stay close, but I want to stay back. So how do you serve to make that combination kind of work? It's tricky.
Yeah, it is tricky. I don't really know, and they're getting like clumped together quite a lot. You can see in that one, like,
Yeah.
because they don't know what their depth is from the
Well,
table.
I think the other part of that is both of them want to use their pips, and it puts them both in the same area. They're both coming in to use their backhand.
Yeah, and like this serving setup with Stephanie receiving, when she receives, she wants to get out from the table, and
If the ball's not getting
Xiao
back to
wants
her,
to get in, so they have to figure out how to swap positions. And usually seeing Stephanie like move quite far off the right side of the table, and it's really hard to come back in and cover.
yeah, she needs to take a half step. She's taking like a full step.
I think one of them needs to put themselves in a position where they're thinking,
I'm setting the other one up.
let's try and set something up. Let's try and attack a little bit more or be a little bit more assertive. But if they let the other two dictate the placement and dictate the rhythm, oh, this looks good. Ooh, close to the side. Yeah, I think
It's the most attacking we've seen from and all from this setup so far.
Yeah, like you can see even there how much movement back into the table that Yuchia Xiao had to make. And when you're playing OX long pips on your backhand, you don't want to be moving all that way to get to that cover.
No, because you don't have enough energy to make that ball dangerous.
Yeah, but the thing that baffles me is, not being able to grasp what their game plan is or figure out how this is working. It's
working.
Still 5-5. It's still working somehow for them. I guess they're, communicating and trying to figure things out. And they're just getting the ball back in.
Yeah.
Just getting the ball back in play. And I suppose kind of hoping that the pips will help them force enough errors. Nice shot there. I'd like to see more attacking. I think that's good.
Yeah, earlier in the first game, she tried to flat hit that ball. That time, that same position, she did a nice spin. The ball's a little dead and gets driven out of the table. So it's kind of the lack of good continued offense that's keeping Zhang and Zhao from getting away and leading this. They've been in good positions and not been able to attack.
Yeah.
That was good combination, good teamwork on by the righty-lefty.
I mean, ideally, you want Stephanie to cut that really heavy. They drop the ball instead of looping again, and then you get in there with the OX long pips and try and do something with it. They're still hanging in there. I'm impressed, but still trying to process things in my head. Which, I mean, it must be difficult for the other team to try and figure it out as well.
Wow, nice hands right there to fish that ball back up.
Dai had the really good idea there to try and get that ball down the line into the empty space. Yeah, I think they're just forcing enough errors by doing their own thing.
Right. Yeah.
Nice play there. Tafas going to draw it up at 1-1.
Yeah, and it was the kind of punch attack of the long pips, the OX long pips, that got him the game. They got that ball back short because they were not getting a loop on them. Step up, punch that little push.
The ball up here.
So with identical 11-8 games in the first two, getting into the third, this is the critical one because you'd rather be up 2-1 than down 1-2. So we'll see how both the Maryland and Texas teams adjust to what's happening during the match, what information their teammates can give them. And that's the cool thing about this. Like you said, team events, you got the whole bench to help you, whether it's calming one person down, pumping the other person up, giving them good tactical advice.
Yeah.
So many things can be happening, especially now with the doubles. I think we'll learn a lot in the first 5 points of this game. Right away, the defenders come out attacking.
Yeah, I think, especially being the same order as the first game, which they lost, they need to change some things up a little. I'd like to see them be more aggressive. I'd like to see them use the pips a little bit more to be more aggressive.
Because we've seen them both do it.
Yeah. But also it sets the bar. I mean, if you're up at the table and you're aggressive with the pips, then that kind of works for me. If they counter attack, you go back and chop. If they play soft, you come in and attack.
Punch, yeah. So, yep, there we go. Signal. Very risky. But good against the defender. They forced them into an uncomfortable thing, attacking on the first ball.
Good placement there.
Yeah, it's
Texas pair.
that middle ball. She didn't step around and use her forehand. She used her backhand, and it made it more awkward for Stephanie. That ball kind of curling into the body. Kelly should be more aggressive. She was before with that opening loop. She was tentative.
I think she just needs to come back to how she ended the singles match with Stephanie, which was getting your racket down, playing topspin.
Going.
Yeah, kick the ball up, give it some topspin, give it some arc, get some depth on the table. I mean, if you play that heavy topspin rotation game and you get good depth, you put all the pressure on the Marylanders to control the ball. And if they can't, then Dai should be able to finish the next ball off.
Wow,
Down
great
the line
placement.
placement.
It seems like a good strategy against the two choppers is either wide angles or up the line. Because they're both kind of hanging in that middle zone. You could almost soften your opening and just kick it wide.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are threatening enough on attack that they're going to get like punished for opening soft.
Got to be aware what your partner has to serve. Exactly what they told you when you're dealing with an OX player. Because if they're off a little bit, it really can mess up your timing. It's funny, you'd think the two kind of modern attacker defenders would be feeling, you know, they've spent a lot of energy in the singles matches and now in the doubles, and they look a little fresher than the other pair. You know, both of them are trying to pump each other up a little bit more. That was a nice, just get in there, get the block, get out of the way. It's twice she's missed her opening forehand.
So 2-1 for Stephanie Zhang and Yu Chia Xiao. This is the deciding match between Maryland and Texas.
Yeah, this is the ticket to the quarterfinals.
Maryland's out here proving me wrong. I
didn't think this would work very well.
I thought this combination of left and right would work really well against the doubles
chopper
pairing
and a push block.
Chopper. Yeah. I think the pips being different but also similar, I think it's doing just enough for them that they're just
the variation helps.
Yeah, a lot of forced errors, a lot of unforced errors. I don't think that Zhao and Dai are dictating what happens in the point enough. I don't think they're in control.
They have the ability to do it, though. That's the funny thing, because we've seen it.
Yeah. I just don't think they can sustain it for long enough to
put enough pressure
to make
on.
a difference. Yeah.
So
I think if they could sustain and consistently apply the pressure to the weaker areas on the table, they would be able to define their strategy a lot.
It'd be a lot clearer.
It would be so much clearer for them.
That's a good serve, because you know she wants to go over and chase it down with the long pips.
Yeah, and now if she did the same serve again. Wow.
It's very, very clean forehand up the line. Best rally of the game so far. She didn't have to do anything but pivot and swing. Good work from the team.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my general observation of the Texas pair is that they're getting stuck. Their footwork's slowing down. So when they get into a rally where they have the upper hand and the ball's slowing down, they kind of freeze. And they get a little bit, I don't know, almost flustered.
Yeah.
And
They're like, why are we having to play this extra point?
yeah,
One more ball? What? No. That was a very clean shot off the backhand. Look at the camera work here. That's what happens a lot with righty lefty combinations. People look over and they're like, oh, wait. Who's serving? So again, tight it to start again.
I think honestly for me this has been the most interesting match of the tournament so far, because we're like deep into the match here, and I'm still trying to figure out what's going on, or what just like what the strategy is from both teams.
Right? Yeah, because it looked like Maryland was in control of the position. All of a sudden, one push, and it's over.
Yeah, like like the Texas team here, that position for them is perfect. They have Stephanie back from the table. They have Yu-Chia back from the table with her OX, but they can't execute the ball. Like they're in the perfect position to win that point.
I think part of it is the difficulty of reading the spin. That,
Yeah.
Rucha is not reading it. She's not getting set for how heavy the ball actually is. She thinks it's medium, and it's not. It's heavy. Oh, nice.
Nice change up there. Yeah, I almost feel like in some of the occasions they're treating the long pip sides the same.
And they're not.
And they're very different. The timing's different. The way the ball bounces is different. The spin is different. Great change up there from attack back to defense. Little combos like that, they work for them.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, Xiao is up on the table, attacks fast with the forehand. If the other team counterattacks or blocks, Stephanie's ready for it. She's in a little bit further back from the table and ready. Problem is, what happens when it goes the other way around?
Yeah.
But, yeah, 2-1 up. Still with a 2-point lead here as well. They have the finish line in sight.
That's what they need to do right there. Keep the legs moving. Because they got to lift those balls. They can't just slap them in.
Yeah.
And
Especially now.
yeah. Oh.
That's really the perfect time for a little bit of luck.
But there was a good example of them, both defenders, being able to play aggressively and win the point. So their distances were good because the balls were being driven pretty hard.
Bit of a slow timing between the... I'm almost wondering whether Callie thinks that they got the service order wrong.
Stephanie should be serving to Rushi. If Stephanie's serving, it should be to Rushi.
That's a little tough. two net breaks in a row, and that little pause is kind of going to kill a lot of the momentum you want as the attacking pair. I think they kind of, I don't want to say they shot themselves in the foot, but they definitely put the brakes on themselves a little bit.
Yeah, this is actually incorrect.
And big finish there, and it's the defensive pair that win. Big props to them, because I still haven't figured out what they were doing. I'm going to have to ask more about the
strategy
that they had, but yeah, I think just the way that they used the pips and
yeah, and I think it was a recognition issue. They were thinking long pips, but they're not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of forced and unforced errors, and it was enough. The point margins were enough, and yeah, great result for Maryland. They're going to head into the quarterfinal of the Women's Team Championship here in Round Rock. We're going to be waiting on another team match at some point, but while there's no match on this table, if you want to check out Table 2, it's currently 2-0 to Georgia Tech, and they're playing against Rutgers, so the third match of that is over on Table 2. Not sure, are we going to have a fourth match here on this table?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they'll start the third.
I have a feeling that they made a rule after last year, because last year they had the third and fourth, or the fourth and fifth matches going on between NYU and Indiana in the final, and the match that won them the championship finished while the other match was still going on, which no longer counted, but they had to finish the match anyway.
Yeah, because it's about the order in which the matches are played.
Yeah.
Because technically that match.
Yeah, we might have to find that out, but we'll see. If there's another match here, stick around. But
it looks like Rutgers is getting ready to come out onto the court.
Yeah. Well, I might go and check just to see what's happening.
So I'm going to lose Matt for a few moments, and I'm going to take a brief water break, and we'll get back to the action as soon as we're ready to go. But props to Maryland coming out on top of Texas 3-2. Very well played from both teams, and congratulations to Maryland for making it to the quarterfinals. We'll see you soon from the 2023 College National Championships in Round Rock, Texas.
Just gonna take it.
That's like short?
It's medium.
This is short. Next match, I have two colors, black, red. Who want to choose? Take black. Black. Zero is super two side.
I'll serve.
You serve. Side.
I'll stay open.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes.
Medium.
Well, welcome back to the College National Championships here in Round Rock, Texas. I'll be being joined by Matt Harris.
Me. So apparently, in the preliminary rounds, all 4 singles matches will be played, regardless of the scoreline. So
Interesting.
I guess that gives everybody in a team a chance to play at least 1 match. So
I see.
yeah. So that's yeah. So we have a match here.
Yeah, so, but if the third match is won by Georgia Tech, then this match would be halted. Or no, they let it play. They let it finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Sorry. It used to be they would stop this match.
Well, see, that's the thing.
before.
In last year's final, they didn't stop the match.
Well, they
It
couldn't.
It was weird.
Well, they couldn't stop the fourth match because the third match, or they couldn't stop the third match, even though the fourth match finished. That was the problem.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it made the third match irrelevant.
Yeah.
Although they won, so it didn't. So this is it's a co-ed team event, and Georgia Tech is 50-50. 2 guys and 2 girls.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's like 50. They're up 2-0. What do you mean
They're up
50-50?
Surprise. So it'll be interesting to see Matt Liu playing in the 3rd position.
He's playing Preston over on table 2. That's interesting because Matthew Liu before was one of the top cadet players in the US. He really performed quite well at some of the cadet team trials, but he's been out of the sport a little bit. So, but we're here on table 1. Jesse O here on the near side in the red, playing against a familiar face that we've seen already today. Yan Yu Xie with the long pips backhand. We've been getting a lot of pips players on this table today.
Yeah, this is
This is not normal.
But you know that spin variation game, a lot more people are liking to do it because it's like you almost have 3 sides of a racket if you can twiddle well.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you can have an inverted backhand, you can have the long pips backhand.
But one of the observations that we made about Xie before is that
She punches the ball.
she plays like she's still using short pips. It's definitely quite an unorthodox style for long pips, and very uncomfortable to play against as well. And look at this, the slow on that forehand. It's very uncomfortable pace to deal with. I've never really seen somebody counter-attack with long pips. You know, you like see a player like Ju Se-hyuk will like punch the ball when the ball sets up, but counter-attacking with long is...
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that the new ball does kind of allow to happen because it doesn't get quite as heavy of a spin. So if you are confident enough to swing hard, it'll work.
Good confidence here from O. Nice and steady on the forehand as well. Doesn't seem too phased by the long pips.
No, but he didn't like that quick block.
No.
Though. She's got really fast hands, and she covers the ball really well. Wow, that was interesting. She just hit a little twisty forehand at him. And it kicked away from him. He grabbed his elbow after that swing. Rubbing his elbow.
Oh, that's
You'd think the ball has feet the way it crawled up that net.
put a ladder on the net.
Oh, that was well done.
Very fluid on the forehand. He looks very
That step
comfortable out
around.
there. Yeah. Wow. Good reactions. Usually being out of position against the long fast serve and being able to hit with that much accuracy is pretty impressive. Got that ball redirected right down the line.
Shaking his head, talking to himself. She's probably really happy with that. Because the more he questions it, the less he's going to do it. So now each of them have got warned on their toss.
Getting a lot of pips and a lot of service warnings. I'm starting to wonder if we're at the World Veteran Champs and not the not the College Nationals.
Wow.
Nice length on that serve.
It was very deceptive because it had just a little bit of a hook on it, which drug it kind of more back towards the edge. He just couldn't swing.
He's going to get faulted this time. Somebody got faulted.
That was a beautiful chop.
He's pretty happy with that.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
he was
that's the
so far out of position.
Maybe that's the first one she's tried to play or landed.
Yeah, she couldn't recover.
Went into Chen Wei Sheng mode there with that little back step forehand in the body.
Yeah, the problem was she couldn't get her feet back underneath her.
So Jessie O from Rutgers, 11-9 in this fourth match. He needs to give everything here. I mean, his teammates doing a pretty reasonable job over on the other table, so there's a possibility that Rutgers could take the point in the third match, and then this match does matter for them.
That would be quite the turnaround. Yeah, so Jesse O has nothing. He just can swing for the fences because it's going to happen one way or the other. So here we go, getting started in the second game. Jesse O from Rutgers with the first game. Almost.
Definitely expecting to make contact on that one.
Yeah, she thought it was off.
Does he have pips on his backhand as well? It sounds like short to me.
Oh, I haven't noticed.
I think he does. We've seen him he played so many forehands in the
never
first
thought
game.
about it.
I never saw him play a backhand. And now that he's hit 2 backhands,
Oh, he flipped it. Or no.
judging by the pace on that ball, I think it's short. That adds another element to the match.
Yeah, that was definitely more of a short pips backhand there. Thanks to the replay team, we saw the stroke, but we still can't see the equipment. Pretty back and forth this game, 3-all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting pushed off the table, and that's not a comfortable spot for him. He wants to be up close. Yeah, his footwork.
And if he does get pushed up, if he gets pushed back, he's got to like play forehands off the ground. Like, that was his biggest strength in the first game. He came out of the box and his forehand game was
On
really
point.
flawless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't seen as much of it here in game 2. Some of that's down to Shear's better placement.
And nice blocks.
Hands, yeah.
So both of them have been faulted a point on the service tosses. I think the service fault got a little bit in his head there. Playing a little out of anger. Overswung. Nice chop block. Just stopped that ball on him. He couldn't reach back up to it.
Yeah, I think she's made a
Very tactical change.
yeah, to stop him from hitting 2 forehands in a row. One, she seems to be able to handle okay, but he hasn't been connecting them together as well as he did in the first.
First one, yeah.
He looks a little bit irritated.
That would be a reaction from a long pips player from a backhand, short pips backhand, where the ball would float out like that.
Yeah. Next ball was a nice backhand drive.
Yeah. So receiving with 4 points to get the game.
Oh yeah, 100% pips. Yeah, he flipped his racket to serve backhand with the red side, so I think that tells us everything we need to know.
Yep. Right. Doing it again.
Yeah, great forehand game. When he's in position and he gets good weight transfer on that ball, some pretty nasty forehands in there.
Oh, she wanted to win it all with that.
That one I would have been twiddling it over and hitting with the inverted side.
Too.
Yeah. Unforced
Very
error on the
well
forehand ties things up at 1-1.
Yeah, that was just heavy enough that it made the return play right into the pips. And then he could not lift that ball. Yeah, she just brushed that ball back. Look at this. Side spin and off the table. Good work by our camera crew here. Thanks, guys. Good replays. So now 1-1 and 1-1 in the other match.
I think Jesse O has to go back to playing that game of hide the backhand.
Yeah,
He needs to really needs to be able to rely more on his forehand game, and I think he was a little bit unsettled, and once you could tell he got a little flustered, especially after the service fault. He just was quite tight on the forehands, and I think that's basically what unwound him in the last point. That the ball floated over and it was no spin and very
He's in the
tense in the
wrong
shoulder.
spot.
Yeah.
So one of the hard things is doing all the paperwork between the points. You got to fill out all that stuff. Because if you fault somebody for the serve, you got to mark it down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because they want to know if you're calling those serves.
I think he flipped over and received with the short pips on the forehand. There's definitely a lot of action going on here. He's actually using it more.
Yeah, he's punching the serves back with the short pips, and it's
I mean, if I
disrupting it.
Yeah, if I had short pips, I would play the pips into the pips. I would back myself short against long. I'd be
Every time.
Yeah, I'd be in that every time. Because then you have some pace, but there's not really any spin behind it. I'd even serve with the pips. I'd serve pips to the long. You can change the depth, change the speed, but most of the time it ends up being mostly no spin. And
Yeah.
yeah, and he can just kind of take a step back and control the pace. The good thing about having short pips with sponge is that you can kind of
Get some
control
energy.
any ball if you have time. He's breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, she just
Getting away
hasn't
with
had enough matches with those pips.
Nice lift on that ball.
I keep looking for him to do that step around follow off that serve. But she's keeping it to the middle, so he can't do it.
She's got to go for those. There's like a... She gets quite good depth control where the ball's just dropping off the end of the table. And when he opens against the half-long ball, it's like a short, very rigid stroke. So he sends the ball quite slow. So she's got to play forward on those more. Because if she plays soft, then he just gets to continue.
So he's being very aggressive returning with the backhand now.
Big forehand.
That's the one she didn't want to
Hit
see
the ball
happen.
out of the park into the spectator stands. I think he's been much more calculated this game.
Yeah, probably calmed down a little bit. You know, after the service fault and loss of point, kind of let that go and back to playing the way he wants to play.
She's banana flipped with long pips. I've never ever seen that before in my life.
Well, you can do
Maybe
it.
this is a new style.
Well, you could do it because he's giving her a side under ball, so it actually grabs and converts it itself. That is just
Oh, that's rough. I like it though. I mean, that's the kind of thing
Yeah,
I would
that's
try.
what makes this game exciting.
Yeah, I'd be trying to do that if I had long pips.
I mean, if everybody played the same way, it'd be boring.
This is very true.
And I mean,
And I
there's
think
so very much variation.
In the last probably 5 or 6 years, I think it's become quite a large problem in like international professional table tennis. Everybody plays two-winged attack, banana flick. You know,
put everybody black and white. You can't tell the uniform colors. Make it a little bit blurry. Who's playing? I can't tell.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
looks exactly the same.
So
But you have somebody like this who's playing with a unique combination. Hey, from 7-3 to 8-all.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. She's steadily woven her way back in here.
It's almost like a, what do they call it? An anaconda. It's slowly compressing
Like
and
a boa
squeezing.
constrictor, yeah. I mean, this is a big game. This is...
She smiles and grabs her face.
Uh-oh, whoops. I mean, to come back from that scoreline and then...
And do that.
Yeah.
There goes. That was her Kevin from Home Alone moment.
Nice.
Oh, that would have been brutal if she would have won that.
It's a great opening, though, with right at the end, came back to where he started in this game.
Yeah, playing from his
Just
strength.
enough. Look at how tight this game is. 9-9 and 9. 2-1 for Jessie O, but
Could have went the other way like that.
he kind of let his guard down a little bit. I feel like he could have won that set a lot with a much bigger margin, given how he started the game.
Yeah, being up 7-3.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, boom, 8-all. It tells you how focused Yan Yu is.
Mm.
You know, she trusts her technique. She trusts her service game. Because the service game really put him in some awkward spots.
That miss serve was the big difference. That
Yeah.
was, yeah. I mean,
That
if
it
she'd
killed her
won
flow.
that point, 10-8, I would have expected her to probably win that game. So, yeah.
Yeah, it'd been interesting to see what he served being down instead of being even. See if he does the fast serve and the step around.
Nice call.
No, it's going to be some garbagey serve right into the middle. This isn't on time delay.
Yeah. This match actually happened yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, I'm 2 for 2. I'm stopping right now.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself.
Well, she challenged him and he missed it.
Wow, you didn't know that was going to happen?
No, I didn't know that was going to happen. I expected her to serve short to his forehand, actually.
Yeah, I mean, she needs to get into his... She needs to get onto that backhand side, but at the pace that she can control. So,
Right.
you know, if she lets him be stable on the backhand side, it might be a problem. But getting him away from it first...
Yeah, get him, you know, push him
Yeah.
out to the middle a little bit
Yeah,
more.
I mean, if he's playing like short middle or short forehand and then having to... Getting really pushed, like, you know, the quick pips, the quick long pips to the backhand corner, I can't see him recovering for that.
No, it's a long way.
Yeah. Ace from space. 3-3. I don't know why he's pointing up at the spectators.
Wow, that was a great recovery.
This match still very much an important match here because over on table 2, it's going to 5. Rutgers still alive here in this team tie. Georgia Tech is up 2-0 overall, but there are 2 matches on right now, and if they both go Rutgers' way, it's going to the doubles.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure on Jesse to get this done. Because regardless of what happens on the other table, you know.
Yeah, I think he's positioned well. I mean, if he sticks to his game plan and he stays on his forehand, I think should be able to pull it through, but Yan Yu Xie doing her absolute best to keep him out of his comfort zone, especially on the forehand.
I think she sped up too much on the serve. I think if she slowed that serve down a little bit, she'd have more problems with it.
Yeah.
Carried out to him, and then the short pips can bounce that ball back to her with nothing.
Yeah, but she wanted that ball to come back faster, but he's not going to give her that. Yeah, good connection there between the backhand and forehand shots from Jessie O. 1 point lead, 1 game lead. Great
nice
serve
return.
return. That little curl on the ball was
killer.
Enough to leave him
table.
standing there.
Yeah.
Swinging at nothing.
So that was a case of Yan Yu making the table her friend.
Very, very uncomfortable variations there.
Yeah,
on
he
the
got
forehand
so
side.
lucky to catch a back edge.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't even see that.
Yeah. I could tell by the body reaction. He pointed to it, and she already had dropped her shoulders, so she knew it hit. He pointed it out, and the umpire went. He raised his eyebrow and asked her. So
This is looking a good position for Rutgers right now. And kind of a missed opportunity from him there to work his way back in. I think he stayed back too long. He did a really good job retrieving that ball, really good. But after he floated that forehand, he backed off more.
she's not going to attack
She hasn't
hard.
been attacking that much, yeah.
When she attacks, she is spinning, not drive. So better to be in middle position than far away.
There's that forehand. That forehand's really given him a big edge in this match.
Yeah, I think she's kind of afraid to take it wider, but I think it'd be better for her if she did, so he at least has to take 1 step.
Yeah, get him off balance. So 2 match points here for Jessie O to put Rutgers on the board with a potential point. I guess it would still be a point. Takes the big risk. He's shaking his head. I wouldn't necessarily say that was a bad decision.
Call?
Yeah,
Kinda
maybe throwing in the 360. You know, maybe make sure the ball's going on, but definitely going for the forehand is the right play. And he slows it down with the short pips and finishes the job. Another 11-9 game. All 4 of them. Very, very close. Very opposing styles. Jessie O gets a point for Rutgers and could be a very crucial point for Rutgers because over on table 2, Preston Stecklin from Rutgers is up 7-3 in the 5th against Matthew Liu. And if he wins that point, it's going to go to the doubles.
He went for the timeout, so very interesting what's happening here in
the
end game.
I would bank on the fact that we may be back here with a doubles match to decide this team tie again. Yeah.
Because we still have another round of the women's to come.
We've done more doubles commentary today than singles, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. But great
That'll
performance
change
there.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Great performance there by Jesse O. I mean, it's a tough match to get through when you know that the outcome of the match relies not necessarily on your match, but on the one next to you. So a good win for him, and yeah, very
Now
close
everybody
game.
shifts over to the other side of the.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch there. So
Yeah. So switch over to table number 2 to see what happens after the timeout by Georgia Tech. So Matt and I will be back if we get to the doubles. So thank you for tuning in to the 2023 College National Championships from Round Rock, Texas. Well, as much unprediction, we didn't predict it, but it happened. We're into the doubles. Here at the 2023 College Table Tennis Championships, this is the men's team group play. So here we are.
I mean, we did just say a few hours ago that we needed more doubles.
Yeah.
Not
Now,
enough doubles in the US, but if you're watching college table tennis, doubles galore.
yeah.
And
But
important doubles as well.
yeah.
Very important.
And also important fourth position matches. You know, that's critical that your fourth place guy can pull it out to get you to this match.
This doubles is going to be very interesting because from a team chemistry standpoint, I would say these two teams are pretty evenly balanced. Prajeet and Preston play a lot, and they're both from Lily Yip's club in New Jersey. So they're pretty familiar with each other, very friendly with each other. And then Daniel and Matthew have known each other for quite a number of years. So it's pretty tough to call how this might go.
Yeah, Daniel's a real easygoing guy. So, you know, it'd be easy to be a teammate, you know, a doubles partner with him.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of relaxed. But we'll see.
I think it very much depends on how Matthew sets Daniel up. Because Daniel definitely has the most power out of these four players. And I think, I mean, Preston can hit the ball. But I think Daniel can hit that hard ball against a bigger range of, yeah, as long as he's got reasonable position. This is interesting. I don't I don't mind commentating this one. I don't mind that we went to a doubles. Yeah. I like a little bit of pressure. I mean, these teams have both played really well.
Yeah, Rutgers dug themselves out of a hole.
Yeah.
But that was Preston really, I wouldn't say pulling an upset, but you were really holding serve.
Even though, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an upset, but, you know, obviously Matthew hasn't been playing as much. But for Preston to win that, he still has to play at the top of his game. And he did, so that's why we're here.
So it's interesting, the Spanish connection on the umpiring tables. So we'll see if any fault serves happen in this match, like happened in the last one. So I don't know, but I know that when I've played team events where we've done this, I always like to be the one returning serve against the guy that I just played, because I know what his service feels like. So, you know, it's interesting to see that's how this is set up too.
I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Matthew Liu here. I mean, he's just come off the back of an individual loss that I think the team probably was expecting that he would be able to pull it off. So if I was him, I'd be feeling the pressure. So he's got to lift his game. He's got to find some 2018 Matthew Liu.
How much shorter was he then, though? He's quite a bit taller than I remember him.
They all grow.
Yeah, they
all of them. shoot up like bean sprouts. Except for Daniel. He grew outwards in the shoulders.
Yeah, he's got bigger shoulders. So I think that might be a kind of a foreshadowing the serve return.
Yeah, that's not. That's risky. That conviction. They need to have much more conviction. Like a slow, long push is. Even though Daniel missed that one, that's typically not a ball that he's going to miss frequently.
Nice little fade return too.
That's
more
like
him.
his. That's like his bread and butter shot. That kind of forehand bomb down the line. But he's also very capable of hitting it cross court as well. So
great placement.
I think from very early on they've assigned the roles here that Matthew Liu is going to be the anchor player who plays the tight stuff and the control. That might be enough for them to pull it out if they can define those roles. And it's not too shabby.
You could see the guys from Rutgers kind of shake their head at that beautiful return.
That hit his head over the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be... I can't say I've really seen that happen too much before.
Yeah.
He's now asking if he can wipe the table down. Yeah, so...
Yeah, if you're over the table and the ball hits you,
yep,
it's over. You've lost the point. You got to get out of the way.
At least this gives him a little bit of time to breathe this out, because if that was me, I'd be pretty annoyed at myself to. I mean, he didn't have a choice. I mean, he got over that ball quite well. And
yeah, the shots that he needs to take, he's taking. You know, Matthew's playing within himself. It's a good job by Daniel to not let that pressure get to him.
So, pretty good first game there for Georgia Tech. They had a 2-0 lead in matches here in this team tie, but Rutgers have brought it back to this final doubles.
That's a tough one to know you're up 2-0 and end up here. You know, it's all on this. You had chances to close it out, and you couldn't get it done. So kudos to the Georgia Tech team coming out and not being flat. But the last backhand from Matthew was really textbook wide to the wide corner, which is critical when you're playing doubles to extend those corners as much as possible. And Daniel and Matthew controlled that very well. So we'll see what the strategy change from Rutgers is as we get prepared to start game 2. Might be a little different here with the change in serve returns. You know, it's might be a little more beneficial to Rutgers here. Yeah, so winning both points on serve, Rutgers steps out to a 2-0 lead. That wasn't that high.
It was high enough. You have to do a better job of keeping the ball
Out
tight
of that power
against-
zone.
Yep. That's definitely a better job.
Nice
Big
twist.
opportunity there. Yeah. I feel like he should have been able to handle that though.
Yeah. I think it made him hesitate just that microsecond that he needed. Positioning is critical. And Matthew put it a little bit too much into a safe spot, and Daniel had to try to chase down wide to his backhand. So far, anything just incrementally high has been punished by Daniel.
Yeah.
Forehand's on point right now.
That's kind of how I felt like this might go. I mean, in terms of skill and experience, right now, I'd still put Daniel a little bit above the other three players. So I think if he's attacking, then that's definitely going to give Georgia Tech a big advantage. And you know, Matthew Liu's still stable enough to back him up.
It's a good step around. And the problem, he was in such a good spot that he could have went either direction. You pick your poison and did a good job.
Just a little bit rushed. I mean, they're under a lot of pressure already, but
Yeah, it shouldn't
Just slow
that's-
down.
You just gotta walk your way through your service game. That was a nice flick.
honestly, for a player like Preston, this is probably the most pressure he's been under in a match in terms of like being on a live stream and being on a main table on this bigger court in such an important match. So
Yeah, he's very unfamiliar to me because I don't get out to the East Coast to play much, so I'm not very
Yeah.
familiar with him.
he trains really hard, and he doesn't stray too far from Lily's club, so he'll play the tournaments around that area, like maybe Westchester and the Lily at Table Tennis Center, like club tournaments and stuff. But I don't think he's ventured too far out from that. So yeah, this is a big match for him, and he can play.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he can play. So
No
you
doubt
know,
about that.
these little like pressure moments, like the false serve and the being caught over the table, there he needs to learn how to just breathe them out and move past them, or try and stop them from happening in the first place. Good sportsmanship there from Preston.
Absolutely. We've
Straight
seen
away.
that twice in this match. Not in this game, but in the entire team match.
Yeah,
Let's
it
see.
definitely needs to just, he's very, very tense.
Big open, but it didn't connect. Again, the danger zone, letting Daniel swing that forehand at you. And it wasn't an easy ball. It was below the net height. Put a lot of spin on that ball. So Rutgers has got to enjoy the moment because they made it here through the teamwork. And they got to work better as a team during this next game in order to swing the upset.
Yeah, I think Prajeet needs to be a little bit more vocal. I think he needs to offer a little bit more like support backup for Preston to to slow him down before he serves, and to talk with him a little bit before he serves, just to keep him relaxed. I think he needs to adopt that leadership role because that's going to help Preston bring out better table tennis and take out those, kind of giveaway points. But I think generally between the both of them, they've got to tighten up against Daniel. They've got to put more pressure on Matthew, and then maybe they can get into a better position.
I think Preston needs a Harimoto moment where he hits a good shot and just screams and lets all that energy, that nervous energy out.
Let the tension out.
Yeah. Oh, nice drop.
Tactically, much better construction of the point. But that spin up was right into the don't hit here zone. But other than that, that's a good strategy for them. Keep it short, short. He's not having a good day on the serve. But see, Prajeet needs to hold him just for a little bit more before that, especially now. Like, if I was Prajeet right now, I'd be talking
to him.
But look, he's walking away.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, he's got to walk over to him.
He's got to give him some
Positive
reassurance. But that's what I think the problem is. I don't think players in this country have enough doubles experience to know how to gel together as a team.
Smooth things through.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't rely on your own personal singles strengths.
No.
And
yeah, I mean, if you don't have your partner there to help you set them up, then
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're doomed. More good forehand play from Daniel.
I haven't seen him hit a bad forehand. Every decision he's made.
The first one.
Oh, yeah,
was
the
bad.
first one.
Yeah, we can't give him all the credit.
Yeah, that first step around that he.
That's great stuff from. I mean, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Preston put it in a really nice spot.
Yeah, he just needs to stay loose, especially on the serve. Great placement.
And Matthew's sitting there blaming himself, which is what you need to do as a doubles partner. Something happens bad to your teammate, you take the blame.
Yeah.
It diffuses bad energy.
Yeah.
So then he feels free to step around and take that. It's not like they have a big lead. It's 5-4.
It's just been so reliable. I mean, he wins the point outright. There hasn't been any comeback from that. I think like the combination of power with the fact that he can hit it anywhere. That's the kind of reassurance you need when you miss that shot. So be like, don't worry. Maybe not the best shot in the world. Let's move on from that.
I probably would have hooked it even wider because there's more table.
But this kind of like these interactions now have like changed my mind about the dynamic. So at the beginning, before the match started, my thing was these pairs both know each other. The chemistry should be there. I don't really see it from the Rutgers side as much as I thought I would. And I also think there's not, even though this is like the deciding match, I don't think the same pressure is on the Georgia Tech guys. I think they have a very clear understanding of where they're at in their table tennis careers, that they're okay with whatever happens. I mean, they want to win, sure. But on the Rutgers side, I think the tone's much more serious.
Yeah, they're pretty tight.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. You play a shot like that, you don't have to worry about Daniel's forehand. He's not
Exactly.
going to get to that. And again.
Yeah, he's kind of faking the heavy underspin and letting it bump up so it sits up a little bit. This would be a time for Matthew to up his service game a little bit.
There's not much upward movement with Matthew Lu's service game, but apparently it's enough. It's a very two-dimensional, good at the basics. But for the most part,
It's exactly what his partner needs, though.
yeah. I mean, in doubles,
I
honestly,
mean, one service error and then
yeah.
service return error and then
In doubles,
open ball.
generally, like in the higher level, like when you're trying to play tight or you're trying to play really tactical, you only really need a short nose spin and a short backspin, maybe a half long. Like there's really not too much crazy advantage you can get on the serve, compared to singles at least. That is a good counter. Some positive body language between both Rutgers players. They need that. These guys need
so
to.
they didn't let Daniel take a full swing, and he just rolled it kind of in the middle.
And they're going to win that game. That should give them a little bit of confidence and take some of that
Especially
strain.
from 9-9. That's, end game winning, it really does a lot for your confidence.
And honestly, Prajeet played really well, like very tight, but Preston was the one that made the shots that made the big difference. He
Yeah.
was the one that slotted those forehands in, and Daniel had no answers for them. So they've got to make sure that they're mentally both in a good position, because when they are, they can win these points.
Nice montage here.
So Georgia Tech still holding a 2-1 lead, but Rutgers making some moves here.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit more relaxed, and they played freer in the last half of the third game. I mean, with everything to lose, they played their best,
Yep.
and the match was on the line, and they did exactly what they needed to do.
Great. On the backhand side, honestly, for these like kind of touch consistency openings, Prajeet is the best out of the four of them, I think. So he needs to keep that, keep those steady openings and get Preston and ready and in position to follow up on them.
See, that's a great adjustment with his feet to the position where the ball is. It got him into that forehand kill zone.
This is why you don't skip leg day.
You don't skip it.
It's definitely.
Oh, Daniel knew he got away
I'd
with
be
one.
using a timeout right now if I was these guys. I think that's a point you really can't afford to lose at this.
Yeah, you can't get a big gap here.
Yeah. That's. Yeah, I think
See, this is
couple of-
where this is where I think your partner, when you're serving, telling what to serve may be a better option. So it gets yourself out of your own head.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Positioning was on point.
There's still a window for them here, but I think,
Yeah, without using the timeout.
yeah.
That was interesting. He just kind of dropped it in dead. He went to flip it and there was nothing to flip. It's interesting. Yeah, that hung a
That's
little
kind
bit.
of like a little bit of foreshadowing. Like if Daniel's in a position where he's hitting backhand winners against you,
That's not good.
take the time out and regroup
Yeah.
and figure out what you're doing. And now Matthew as well. They're like firing both barrels. I think they're in such a comfortable position now. But you know, if
That's
you haven't
such a
used the timeout,
beautiful shot.
if you haven't used the timeout by now, I don't think it's going to get used at all.
Yeah,
So
it's past the point of recovery.
yeah,
I mean, unless you do something miraculous to put a string of points together, it's going to be hard fought to just play even. You've got to take a big jump somewhere. All the pressure. Oh, beautiful return. Almost double bounce that perfectly. They've got
they have
enough.
to be a little bit careful here not to get complacent.
Yeah. That's the danger point right there.
Yeah, it's
This point's really critical. Because if it's 9-5, it's not out of touch, but 10-4.
yeah.
Really put something together. And you haven't been able to quite get it done yet. So,
So 6
yeah,
match
especially
points.
with Daniel on serve. His service game has been really strong. And there you go.
Straight in the net. So Georgia Tech survives this little comeback. They won the first two matches of this team tie, lost the next two. So Rutgers strong comeback. It all came down to this doubles, but Matthew Liu and Daniel Ng a little bit too strong, and I think team synergy was like the big difference. And
Yeah, because they're, the whole way through, even the game that they ended up losing, they were still like
Very
sorry,
relaxed.
Hey,
Yeah.
my fault. Oh,
Yeah.
good. Hey,
Yeah, I think these Brigitte and Preston definitely could have worked better together.
There's a thing that I always tell my players, and it's you don't want to try to win too hard. When you push yourself past your comfort zone, you play
Things start-
worse.
Yeah.
If you just kind of know what your limit is and kind of try to get and play at your limit, you're better. When you try to exceed what your comfort zone is, it's not going to end well.
Yeah.
So, kudos to Georgia Tech.
Survives.
Yeah. And we're minutes away from our next group, I believe, is another.
Should be women's.
Yeah, this is going back to the women's now. So it's been quite the adventure. I think Matt's going to take a little
We're gonna take a
time
little
out.
break. Yeah.
And I thank Matt for all the hard work here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to hang around for the next matches coming up from, this would be Penn versus Columbia. So thank you for tuning in to the 2023 College Table Tennis Championships from Round Rock, Texas.
side's red and one side's blue. Who wants the ball? And blue it is. She wants to serve. You want this side or that side? What was that date? You got it for me? Okay, we'll just make sure. You're her, right? Yeah. Okay, and you're going to, you want to serve, right? So it's going to be to that. That's how I'm going to start to the side. Ready? You doing that? Y'all have 2 minutes.
And here we are in women's quarterfinal rounds. It's UPenn versus Columbia in the number 2 singles. It's Ziling Ning versus Fengwei Zhan. And we had a really interesting match going on over table number 1 that has not concluded. Obviously, this sets up an opportunity to be the first team to advance to the women's semifinal, where they will ultimately face the winner of Texas Wesleyan and UBC. Right now, we're really not seeing a whole lot, Roger, as far as the flow of this match. Both players are trying to feel their way into it.
Yeah, it's interesting because you have a combination player from Penn, and so Fengwei is kind of trying to see what she can do. And
Well,
that's
she's
kind of
definitely-
funny. With that little tomahawk, you think it's real spinny. She gave it to her dad. Was able to finish.
And it looks like she's going to use that approach both ways. It could be side top, could be dead, just depending on how she cuts across the ball. But we are seeing a thing that she definitely wants to open up on the forehand. It's a very big swing, huge backswing.
Yeah, lots of spin. It's a good power. Good step on the corner, and nice finish.
Yeah, the step around for Feng Wei is really impressive.
Surprised she went to a backhand serve after the success she had with the forehand serves. Because it kind of draws the ball back to the middle too much. And it plays right into the pips.
Do we believe that the pips are short on the forehand side of Ziling?
It's long pips on the backhand. Oh, it may be short on the forehand too.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about this match, that Feng Wei Zhang is going to have to be patient,
Yeah.
because she knows that her opponent is not going to do a whole lot other than using those long pips in the rally, in the backhand to backhand exchange.
She's really excited to win a free point on the forehand. Yeah, back to the tomahawk. She shouldn't have finished that ball.
Really, if she's going to go to that tomahawk, the one thing about it, you think she'd want to maybe get it a little deeper so that the ball can sit up more towards the middle of the table instead of allowing her opponent to get a good push off of it.
That's a hard way to play a pips player.
Yeah, the backhand to backhand drive exchange against pips is very challenging.
You run out of spin before they run out of speed. So unless you're willing to open it up and really get in on the ball, that would not be the preferred tactic. That was much better though.
And
Too
there,
much to the middle.
impressive that Ziling Nieg is opening up long on the serve. Unfortunately, Zhang is not able to keep that ball short. Steps around, hits her forehand. I'm impressed with her ability to want to impose her own set of offense, even though she has long pips on the forehand, on the backhand side.
Over aggressive. She needs to stay balanced. I mean, kind of hit that backhand when it's there, but not try to force it so much. Yeah, that was good. It was a nice serve. She got trapped.
Yeah, and then she is electing to be a little bit more aggressive on her returns later in this game. I noticed that she is driving through that ball with that backhand more, whereas early she was definitely setting up a push or a chop block, if you will, off of the long pips. And this time she's driving through it. So maybe she saw something halfway through this game.
Yeah, but she's serving to stay in this one. She did what she wanted to do. She got the forehand position to open and just kind of caught the top edge.
And it might be she might need to just settle down a little bit. There was a little bit of an up and down in that game, and we're talking about only the first game where she started off as a traditional kind of passive or somewhat of a defender, and then for whatever reason towards the end of it she started to be more offensive, where she got really excited about some of those points and decided to stick with that game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I would, as a combination player, I would be playing more tactical. I would not be just trying to, there'd be a lot of variation in pace and spin. Sometimes I'd play soft, next time I'd play fast. But just coming out and trying to be winning all your own points, It's hard because that's not what your natural game is.
Yeah, well, she definitely took the initiator of the attack first in that, towards the end of that last game. Again, there is also a lot on the line, Roger, for these ladies. Sometimes it's going to be some of them their first opportunity to get into the semifinals, to be able to face possibly Texas Wesleyan or even UBC. UBC is playing very good table tennis, and this is only day one. So, you know, I'm sure there's a lot going through their minds.
So that was interesting. She kind of slow rolled that in, and it didn't really have as much spin on it as you'd think. Kind of interesting if you get an angle on her forehand side. Oh, nice. Oh. Overreacted.
Yeah, just really got out in front of that ball way too early. But it looks like that Leoneg is not stepping off taking her foot off the gas at all. She wants to continue to somehow be aggressive in this match, even though she's the combination player, as you mentioned.
Yeah, she's struggling with the serve return, which is strange for a Pips player. So I see Doris on the back of her shirt. So Fondway is just
Doris.
Yeah, Doris. She's just getting a little ahead of herself at times. And she's letting the exuberance kind of get into her head.
Yeah, just the forehand just got
She
really
made
loose.
that. She made that shot in the first game so easily. She's taking a timeout.
And I think she probably just felt like this game is getting away from her. It's a smart timeout. You don't want to go down 2-0. Now, question, Roger, you would think that if you're playing against a combination or a defensive-minded player who's now decided to be a little bit more aggressive, would that be an easier way to relate to it because you're having to think less about the changes in the spin and the speed and the variations of the depth of the ball, because now she's just almost attacking.
Yeah, you would think that, but the ball is not what you think it is. The ball's pacey, but it isn't really spinning. So you see a fast ball, but it doesn't necessarily have enough rotation for you to counter spin.
Yeah,
it.
so you'd have to open up
Be
the
very
racket head
careful.
a little bit,
Yep.
not
Open
close it as much, and then drive
Got
through
it.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, yeah.
Yeah.
Easier
So-
said than done, I'm sure.
Yeah, well,
from where we're
all
sitting.
of a sudden the ball gets a lot of tempo, and you're excited to get to the game you want to play, but then the ball isn't what you think it is.
There's nothing on it. Yeah. Let's see how Doris John comes out of this timeout.
Yeah, she did what she wanted to do.
Yep, that's the point that I was alluding to. That see if she was going to get to that point.
Yeah.
If
She got it to get lifted up, and then she
Jibling
could finish it.
yeah, if she was willing to take that kind of point.
That's not where I'd be serving that serve. You're giving her a side topspin ball to her forehand, and she's proven that she can hit it. So take that same serve. Oh, long pips, punch. Ooh. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those flying at you, but you don't know if it's going right or left or up or down. It hits the table and it just, it's very difficult to control.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the long pips players I've come up against is literally a chicken wing. Everything is just, windshield wiper, cutting across, cutting off spin, anything they can to just slow the game down.
Yeah, but it's more dangerous when they start punching it at you. Yeah, it's like the three-dimensional tool. And some have only learned that one dimension of it. They don't receive serve well, so they throw the pips at every return. But in reality, things like that can happen.
Yeah, and we see here, Fengmei Zhang has reeled off a couple points to try to stay into the second game. Again, she called a timeout earlier at 5-1. She's been able to get a few points. So game number 2 is not completely out of hand, but she has to figure out something.
I thought she had the point won, but a good reaction by Ying. And then a super serve to the middle.
And she's laughing it off, but you can just see that there is
tension.
definitely a lot of frustration in this game here. Just trying to figure out something to develop some type of rhythm. Even just pushing or chopping through the ball is not even working. So she can't establish her own attack. She can't be passive and establish some type of a push to get her into the game. So where do you go from here?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I would be getting, you know that your opponent wants to be more aggressive. You give her nothing to be aggressive with, especially on the pip side. I mean, you can serve it fast, but serve it with no spin.
Now, do you think because she is seeing a level of aggression, does she step off the table, give herself more time just to see that ball?
It's actually part of the problem is she's getting the angles cut off. The shorter opponent's playing the ball quicker, so stepping back, it widens the angle. So the thing would be to actually stay closer and make the ball heavier to the forehand side, so she has to lift it. And she only has so much she can lift because you're only so tall. The other thing would be to get the ball up. So the ball, like if you get out of position, lob the ball up so that it kicks up high where she doesn't have any leverage on the ball. I had a friend tell me, and he played a 2600 level female player. He would lob, and I laughed until I watched him do it. Granted, he's 2600 also, but he knew that he could get every one of her shots back. And by lobbing, it put a lot of uncomfortable pressure on them. And, as a taller girl, hey, why not?
I just don't see
That skill set.
Stepping off the table with the feel and touch that it requires to be, a lob player. But she has come out in game number 3 really well. She's established some of her own aggression. Shots that she was making in game number 1 are now landing in game number 3, so hopefully she can keep that up.
Well, she's smart. She doesn't push that heavy again. So when it was 1-1, or up 2-0, she pushed really heavy, and the pips just carried it up her wide forehand line. So she needs to be careful how much she's giving to the pips. It'd be better to push dead to them if she has to push.
Yeah, she's definitely electing to open up with a push. She's just not trusting the long cuts off the forehand side like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I would have told her, long serve, and now go short to the forehand serve. She goes to the middle, got away with it.
But it's coming. Like she's showed the past 2 games that she's going to open up with topspin forehand. It's not a power loop, it's soft top. So, either
It's predictable.
step in and punch or get ready for a big counter, because she's showing you that she's going to keep hitting that forehand. I would prefer actually to stay and play her on the forehand side than allow her to dictate pace with the pips off the backhand side.
Yeah, she's serving underspin, and now that ball's getting floated. She's not really reversing that much.
No.
So while I thought it was long pips, it may be medium. Because
for her to be able to punch through the ball the way
like
she
that.
is, possibility in medium with thin sponge.
Almost no sponge. But that was a nice shot right there, going back up the, take the forehand up the backhand line. Again, I'd like to see with the shorter player, a wide, challenging serve to the forehand, not the tomahawk one though, because the tomahawk, the side spin slows the ball down too much. Just a flat ball straight up the line. Or a flat
even
ball
a-
right into the pips.
A long side under, I think, would go pretty well for her off that forehand side.
Yeah, because if she gets there, all she's going to be able to do is to lift it.
And that's where the opening up the push with the long pips from Jiling Neg, and then Feng Wei pushes it back, and then the ball comes up on her.
Yep.
And the step around is bound to happen. So she cannot do a push-to-push exchange. She's probably going to have to just know.
If she does one push, she's got to roll the next ball.
Right,
Even if it's not hard. But you can't go hard twice.
right.
I mean, if you're going to go hard, you've got to have your racket straight up and down. You see, if you look, you can see at contact the angle was closed. It needed to be wide open because there's nothing there to work with. That was good.
Now, first big confident forehand we've seen in a while from Feng Wei Zhang of
the
Colombia. Still a fairly tight match, even though we feel like the momentum has shifted to the player from Penn. Jiling Nig was definitely in control of this, but Feng Wei is keeping it close. Just some misjudgment of speed and spin there. Wrong-footed her a little bit.
That was good hand play. She softened her hand on the second ball, and it caused it to slow down. And you heard it come off the racket, but it didn't go anywhere. That ball should have been taken
This
care
is the
of.
one right. She definitely should have hit on the alternate shot.
Yeah,
like
that
you said.
backhand. She should have opened with that backhand. Instead, she pushed it. She should have just opened that ball because it was kind of dead.
Yeah, it would be a push and a rip as best as you can.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen her do a topspin serve to the pips where she gets an underspin ball back that she can, lift.
And that's because she has been pushing, rolling through it and over it.
Yeah.
And that becomes the challenge. Now, what do you do after that?
Yeah, so it's either long pips with like 1.5 sponge or it's medium pips. And it gives her that ability to kind of punch that ball a little bit more than what the long pips can. Oh. Dang, that's not what you want to do.
And now she's lost back-to-back games. She's gonna.
But I don't think her confidence is bad because she was tight.
She picked up a bit. Yes.
Yeah.
She did pick up definitely a much better showing than what we saw in game number 2, where she just really seemed out of it in game number 2. She's going to have to just now take her shots. She is not going to win this match passive and thinking that her opponent is going to give her a whole lot.
Yeah.
Her opponent is playing safe offense. It's not big forehand power loops.
Just good directional control and medium balls that are easy to overplay. See, that was just a medium push.
And it appears that Colombia strikes first as Daniela Llano defeats Rachel O. So Colombia is on the board first. That means so much to these young ladies. Again, on the line is a seat into the semifinal round where they will face either Texas Wesleyan or the University of British Columbia.
Yeah, that's some really tough players from that UBC team. Yeah, but Ing's feeling it. Gets 2 on her own serve. She's not overplaying the technicality. Just swinging the forehand.
Safe, controlled forehand, lots of spin. That's a tough ball to time to judge that ball.
if I were to be thinking what I would do right now is I would step a little bit more to the middle and serve a very safe backhand serve short to the forehand. And look for that ball right there.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the
brings
rare
her out.
forehands that we haven't seen since game number 1.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of it in game number 1.
Yep, that step around to the wide backhand. But you got to draw her to the middle.
I like the idea though, Roger.
Oh yeah,
She opened up on the soft topspin forehand and then back to back to it because it was a better ball.
but it was just a block. So she didn't get much spin. Ing is just fired up. You got to cool that down.
How do you slow the game down when it's not your style?
You just have to make it spinnier, not faster. And you have to be willing to take that risk.
I think her stroke is way too long, too big of a cut to know what a very good controlled soft topspin forehand looks like.
Yeah.
It's pretty much 100% or nothing.
Hey, that was a great serve. She looked like she gave her the under one and it was dead. Maybe that's a, stepping stone in the right direction. Ooh.
Sometimes you need that, right, to just slow the game
Two
down.
balls, 2 points in a row. Kind of get your mind in the right place.
And I think she got what she wanted on the serve. She just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, her spacing's a little tight to be taking that type of swing. So Ing's not friends with the net at this point. Had one crawl over for her opponent, and hers didn't go anywhere. Yeah, it's the combination that she needs to recover to. She got the pressure out wide, and it goes back to the backhand. If she can keep moving the ball, she's in a much better situation.
Yeah, but even on that last one where she
was
got that
rushed.
forehand, she was jammed. It was pressure on the forehand. She didn't finish the stroke.
That's that spin loop that she needs right there.
No,
if you're
not
gonna-
enough spin.
Yeah, if you're going to try to drive that ball, you got to take it much sooner. That's hard. That was an interesting serve that she hadn't done the whole match yet.
It was her own variation of a bit of a tomahawk. It looks like a
Fake.
fake
Actual.
side top, but it was probably long and dead.
Yeah. Good call.
And again, Fingway stepping around on the forehand. She's going to live and die by the step around on the forehand. Let's see how many she can put together.
Nice little fake serve there, too. Kind of just rolled across the back of it. Didn't make it heavy underspin.
I like what Zhe Ling-Ning is doing right now, taking her time.
Yeah, she twiddled to serve her backhand.
Got just a free point off service return. You hate to see that, but smart play
Now this
by
is
the
gonna be
player
fast,
from Penn.
fast to the backhand. She overswung. All she needed to do was block that ball.
It was a finishing point, and she's up 10-7.
Now it's 10-8, and your opponent serve. You're giving her a glimmer of hope. You could have quashed that right there with a nice steady block on the forehand. Nice steady backhand punch with the long pips or medium pips, whichever they may be.
One or the other.
One of these days we'll find out. The mystery yet to be solved. But good aggression with the Pips play. It really made it uncomfortable.
I didn't see this match going in that direction, not because of the result, but how the styles changed.
Yeah.
Where,
From defensive,
and then the one offensive player are trying to slow the game down, but not really
having that tool
comfortable
set.
with that. And
Yeah.
the one thing that she's really good at was failing her in a number of ways. And
So many balls that just got away from her.
And even there, she tried off the backhand side, but that's not really what she was.
But her racket's not in the right position. Yeah, see, she's bumping the back of that ball.
Yeah, she's not going through it hard enough, and that's why the ball's sitting up, and it was easy, as we're seeing here in these replays. That's enough time to take a soft top loop, and
If you're in that position, you should just roll that through. Just take it and roll your hand forward. She's in a good, the ball's in the right height that you don't need to push that ball.
even there we saw a rotation, heavy underspin serve. You pushed back, it hit the Pips, and then the ball came to you, and instead of ripping, you elected to push it back, and it was a topspin.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of players just don't have the spin recognition fast enough to know that, hey, I just pushed that ball with heavy underspin, deep. The Pips hit it. It's just going to be spinny topspin,
Right.
medium long.
Well, there you have it. Again, if you are just signing in, you are watching quarterfinals women's teams action. UPenn versus Columbia. Again, they are fighting for the first semifinal spot where they would face off against the winner of Texas Wesleyan and UBC. This is day number 1 of the 2023 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Roger Dixon. We're going to take a quick moment here to thank our sponsors, all of the wonderful people at Major League Table Tennis, at the DHS, the City of Round Rock Sports Center, Pong Space, and of course NCTTA, all of their volunteers and staff for making this weekend what it is. We're only on day 1, Roger, and we've seen a lot of things happen already. We've seen some upsets. There's been some controversy. Some of these athletes are coming into the tournament injured. Just so much to take place already, and we've got 2 more days to go.
Yeah, it's tough because you want to practice, you want to play before you get here, but you got this borderline of, over practicing and risking injury. And that includes going outside of table tennis and doing other activities, because, other sports help your cardio, help your reflexes. And you need all of that for table tennis. And yet you're taking a risk when you go out there and do some other sports of body-to-body contact to get injured. And one of the worst things is to have a lower extremity injury, because it's so critical, your footwork and your foot placement and the power generated through your feet. That you get a hurt ankle or foot, you're really in a bad place.
Yep, it could very well happen. We're just going to take a moment as the umpire sets the stage for the number 3 singles. It's going to be Yuan Jing Lin of Columbia versus Cheryl Lim of Penn. Excuse me, correction, that's the number 4 singles.
I have one side red, one side blue. Who wants to call? Which side would you like? Okay.
And here we go. The fourth singles is underway. Cheryl Lim of Columbia versus Yujin Lin of Penn. They're knotted up. One singles all right now. Columbia 1, Penn 1. They are tied in the third singles on table number 2 at 1-all. So it looks, Roger, like this very well could go to doubles, and you will have to see yet another team tie go to the doubles, the fifth and deciding, which to me is always exciting because every point is just so intense. Every point matters because they know it's win or go home.
Yeah, at this point it's win or go home, and that's when one of the beautiful things of the college event occurs, and it gets loud, it gets rowdy. The teams are just really pumping their team up.
Yeah, as the day goes on, the players also get more vocal. You don't hear it as much in that early morning session.
And it seems like they don't drink coffee or anything. They come in a little staggered in the morning, just not quite firing. But by this time in the afternoon, they're all going pretty good. So it's interesting we're seeing some equipment or unique uniform situations going on here with some changes in attire. So if you're looking out at the court and you see the name, Cheryl Lim, and you don't.
Rachel just decided to do some type of jersey swap, even though they're on the same team. For us, as it stands right now, because they are wearing initially the same team uniform with the same colors and they're all matching, that technical part of the name on the back is not an issue for them. So for whatever reason, I guess they felt like the other shirt felt better. Maybe one was itchy in the other, and they just decided to switch.
It might have had something to do with sizing.
Possibly.
One was just a little more uncomfortable because it was a little too big, and the other person didn't care. I know I've had that happen where I put on a shirt and it just binds in all the wrong places, and had somebody with another shirt, and I don't know whether it was the day it was made or how much it was washed, but it has a different fit to it.
Well, Roger, it's guns out season.
Yeah.
Not everyone can expose the arms like that, and
Yeah,
have to
I
deal
don't like
with
to
a
show
bulging
off.
arm much, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
So once again, we got the combination racket player from Columbia.
And we saw Yuan Jinlin play earlier, and we saw Cheryl Lim play earlier, and it was interesting to see her step around what she wanted to do in these games. It was hard to really tell where she wanted to establish herself, whether it was the forehand or the backhand. So I'm curious to see if we can see that again in this matchup.
Yeah, I saw her play earlier, and much more forehand dominant.
And there you have it. Yuan Jingling of Columbia takes game number 1, 11-9.
So Barbara Way, if you're out there, gonna cheer on your Penn teammates.
Yeah, Barbara, for many years when she competed, it was just her.
Yeah.
singles. But she should be very proud to see the women's team here advancing this far in the quarterfinals with very much a chance to make it to the semifinals, where they would see many time over possible champion Texas Wesleyan or UBC, who's fielded a very good team here this year. So I know that that's going to be an interesting match that we should have coming up here a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to. I haven't got to see how they're doing the lineup at Texas Wesleyan. They have 3 strong players. It'll just be interesting to see how they put it together.
I'd imagine that there's a possibility going into the early rounds, you don't have to do a whole lot of changing. They can just run it straight through 1 through 3 and not be forced into a 5th and deciding doubles. Once they get to this, it's a possibility that, yes, they might stagger some things versus UBC. I don't believe they'd have to do it against this opponent, whoever they end up seeing here. We would have to double check UBC's depth to see what they look like at the 3rd and 4th spot.
Right.
But just looking at that Wesleyan lineup, no, I think they can play it straight up.
Yeah, that's always been one of the kind of things that you always kind of looked at is, okay, how can I do my draw to benefit us the most? And, you know, it used to be that you could really put your 1 player in the 3 spot and your 4 player in the 1 spot, you know, hoping that they put their number 1 player in the number 1 spot.
Well, that's mainly when
But
you
the rules
have
have been changed.
Right, but it's also when you have a roster where you're not as deep.
Right.
Right, you have to not hide your number 1 player, but you have to put them in a position that they're going to get the win.
Regardless.
Ultimately, you are going to expose your number 4 singles player somewhere.
Yep.
Even if it, not leaving them at 4. There are some teams out there that they're just not that unfortunate that they are in that position. But I think as we get closer and further into these rounds, the depth and strength of the teams will really start to see that. We saw that earlier from Michigan, where they put out a very strong team in doubles that we thought on paper looked like they were going to get walked over, but it was really the opposite.
So Cheryl's made a nice adjustment, getting out to a 9-2 lead. I think she might have been struggling a little bit with the material in the first game, but I think she's been able to kind of stay away from it and force a lot more forehand play, with strength. Is much stronger for her. Whether it was through her own decision or with the help of her teammates, she's got the opportunity here with
And
6 game points.
Her forehand sounds a little short pips-like. As she brushed off that ball, it didn't really impart a lot of spin. It traveled far, but not a lot of spin.
That's the first time I've seen Jan actually just haul off and swing the forehand relaxed. The other ones have been kind of forced. That one, she just turned and flowed through it.
Again, Yuan Jing stepping in and taking a forehand to the open court. Again, not something that we would have expected to see, but she really did just kind of step in and cut that ball off.
Lifting the ball out. Get it to 1-1.
So Cheryl Lynn closes in on this match. She takes game number 2, 11-7. Again, you are watching Columbia versus UPenn, the women's team's quarterfinals. The winner of this would be the first ones to punch their ticket into the semifinals. they would face off against UBC or Texas Wesleyan.
So both of these programs have been coming and bringing both a women's team and a co-ed team for a number of years, and but it's been quite a while since Penn's made it to this depth into the event. Columbia, on the other hand, has had some recent deep runs into the draw, and I think both programs are really eyeing to the future to see how they do against some of the strongest teams in the semifinals.
Well, we actually just have an update happened on the outer courts. The number 1 and the number 2 seeds had advanced into the semifinals. UCLA, the number 1 seed, Texas Wesleyan, the number 2. They have moved forward. UCLA defeated Maryland 3-1. And Texas Wesleyan actually in a very tough match, as we mentioned, depending on how they played that lineup, they defeated UBC 3-2.
Oh, wow. So it got down to the doubles.
Jian Lin taking that forehand wide. She still leads 6-4 here in game number 2.
So Joe and I are just kind of letting the action speak for itself a little bit. But Lynn definitely looks like she's got back to where she was. And Cheryl's still climbing her way back in.
Yeah, still a really tight match. Neither player has kind of set their tone into the match. Neither game is getting away from either one. It's just a matter of who's getting the last ball, the lucky net ball, the edge here or there.
It still looks like nervous play to me. That I don't think we've seen the best of both players.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is, right, we're talking about a collegiate event. You're playing for yourself, your team, your university. They know what's at stake. They are in the 4th singles spot, and a lot of times that can determine if you go to doubles or you don't.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be very interesting to see which one responds well. That was a great stretch out wide forehand from Yun Jun Lin of Columbia.
Yeah, she's spread that gap to 3. A little predictable with the forehand.
Great counter block there by Cheryl Lim of Penn.
Bam, there she is. Great job by our camera crew being on the spot.
Cheryl's rolling right back into this third game as she climbs. She was down by 4. Now she trails only by 1 with the serve on her racket.
Really made her stretch again.
It's a possibility that Yuan Jingling is getting a little tight now. I mean, those points just reeled off her lead quickly. And we're now tied 9-9 in game number 3.
Yeah, it's tricky because you just had the lead, got caught up, but the serve's at 9-9. Now it's there's, you know, you've got the racket, you've got the ability to end the game right here.
And she got another free point there on her serve.
Good
Wow,
reaction.
what an adjustment there by Cheryl Lim of Penn to be able to redirect the forehand down the line.
She's having a lot of problems when the ball gets quick blocked.
Yeah, she's taking a really big swing, and her reset or her coil back on the forehand side just isn't there. It's just too slow
Too
of an
quick,
adjustment
yeah,
back
too
around.
quick blocks. And
If she wanted to give herself more time, she'd either attack to the body or to the backhand, and then her reset doesn't have to be as fast.
so we all got all kinds of commotion over on the sidelines. Don't quite know what's going on. So, pretty soon we'll get reset and back to action. Some highlights from the previous games. Again, super tight. It's funny that Lynn is, when it's tight, has been able to find the way to win. You know, that's a unique skill set to have. I've got a particular set of skills.
Just hoping that no one comes for me, but I would think that what I've seen when it does get tight, she's able to counter. Her game is a little safer.
Yeah, she's got that good. She's got a good, quick little block. And if someone who's taking a big loop at the ball, big swing at the loop, it's good. It's very good. She needs a little more confidence in her hands. A little tight. Being tight's okay when you block. But when you're opening, you've got to be relaxed.
But I do like coming out of this, being down a game, and Cheryl Lynn is starting off aggressive. Setting the tone in this match, serving long, opening with forehand, and now she's up 3-0.
Yeah, that's
just
the
like
first multiple counter point that she's actually won. She's lost all of those because she couldn't recover.
So
I think her actual open game is a little bit stronger. It's just the consistency gets off track.
Yuan Jing is not noticing that this has been everything is a quick start, fast, long ball. The serves are long. Start with the step around. The return is she's leaving her serve a little too long. Cheryl Lynn is taking a cut, even feeling very confident to take a cut off the backhand side, which we did not see that much of earlier in this. And again, another step
that
around.
angle, yeah. Mostly that step around angle into the backhand.
And Smart, the corner, wants to call a timeout right now because it hasn't even been 2 minutes and she's already down 6-0 in the fourth game.
We'll see if how critical the adjustments the Columbia team can help her make.
Well, hopefully the corner saw that this was just going really fast. Nothing between the points differentiated. It was all the points were long. They were spinny. There was a lot of step around on the forehand. Columbia has now taken that third singles out on table number 2. So they lead 2-1. So Yuan Jinglin of Columbia has to force this for them to go to doubles. And her lead that she had going into this up 2-1, feeling very good at where she was in the match. She now trails 6-0 in game number 4, and what looks like they will go to a fifth and deciding game if she doesn't come out of this timeout getting some quick points.
She just got that ball up. She started playing defensively.
And we see that not much has changed on the other side of the player from pin. She's going right back at it.
Yep.
Long side underspin serve. Ball gets up. She wants to step around and establish the forehand.
She tried to go up the line, and she should have just stayed with her original pattern. Now she switched from hitting that ball to trying to loop that ball, and cost her the point. Oh, nice push there.
But someone in the corner at some point must have told her that all these balls are just hittable.
Yep.
Because
Oh,
even that,
wow.
right? Beautiful backhand loop up the line.
Yeah.
Not an easy shot.
No, not at all.
She executes it pretty well.
Yeah, she was inside the line and pulled it right around the corner. Good. Oh, back edge. Lynn is staying in it with, some resolve. It's easy to kind of fold, 9-3. Oh, what a spinny backhand. If you're not correctly prepared, you're not going to make that.
Well, the one problem I have with this is that where does Cheryl go from here, playing so well in the fourth game? Is she going to be able to carry that same level
momentum
of play into the fifth game? Because she was literally hitting everything. Most shots were landing.
Yeah, everything she wanted to do, she did it.
It all happened. And yeah, she should come out of this game break with that same mindset.
Yep.
Everything
And
long,
boom, boom,
spinning,
boom.
get the ball up. She's been bouncing around, loving her energy right now. And it looks like it's going in the favor of Penn, and Penn really does need this to be able to decide to go to doubles.
I like her teammate, man. She's very up, kind of keeping her pumped. Because it's easy to come off of the game like that and take a deep breath, and then you come out and you're flat.
Yeah.
So her teammates are like, come on, and keep attacking, keep doing that, keep your hands up. That's good. That makes you want to keep going.
Yeah, I did see a lot of energy from some of the Penn players earlier in some of the other matches, so that just seems to be a part of their team culture, is that they're very excited. They're a very excitable group of young players, and this is exactly showing here in this fourth singles. And again, fourth singles, if Cheryl Lynn is able to close this out, they will go to doubles.
And it all comes down to this. Exactly the pattern that she wants to play.
Yeah, quick exchange, not a lot of heavy underspin, dead balls. It's just drives and loops, drives and loops.
Almost like a pattern you do in practice.
That's the first forehand that we've really seen her spray wide.
Well, wide and long.
Yeah.
little bit too fast. Got to recognize that the ball doesn't have that much on it. Yeah, that was a forced step around. It wasn't natural in her flow.
But at least she's trying. She wants to go for it. It wasn't, fast enough to get around it, but it was the right idea that she doesn't want to just sit here and get in this pushing because she sees that her opponent is opening up on her push.
Yep.
So she has to do something to break that rhythm.
Still, it's 2-2, so. Yeah, there's that fast side spin serve again.
There's no reason for her to go away from it.
Nope.
None
Maybe
whatsoever.
change the location a little, but just keep doing the same thing. What a steady-handed block.
Cheryl wants that forehand back. That's easier. That was easier than a practice ball.
Yeah. But her feet didn't move. It's like she got stuck. Like she couldn't believe it came back that easy. What a backhand up the line again.
Great opening push, though. Very wide angle, and then she redirects with a top spin to the opposite side. Smart play there by the player from Penn.
She's just not getting away, though. Yeah, just when it looks like she gets a good rhythm, she sprays one out wide. She sprays one long.
Hoping, Roger, that she's not getting tight. That has a tendency to happen to a lot of us.
Well, either that or she gets too excitable and overplays the ball. But that was nice and measured. Couldn't get blocked. That's overplayed.
Forehand did not seem as loose on that.
No.
It was tight.
Yep. Her body didn't push that through. Her arm tried to pull that ball in.
And there, Yuan-Jin Lin with her own version of a step around that it was loose.
Yeah.
It was a very loose and wide forehand, and it's showing her own bit of power here. Looks like it's shifted as she's able to keep this game close. She's confident that she's still in it. If Yuan-Jin Lin is able to pull this out, which we were looking otherwise this last game, smart timeout call, but it's now 7-5 here in the fifth and deciding game. Columbia wins this, they advance to go on to face Texas Wesleyan. If Penn is able to pull this singles out, we will then go to the fifth and deciding doubles.
Yeah, and that's interesting because Cheryl won't have to play again. And the other two players, the other team has been sitting for a little bit. So it's interesting because usually the one of the players from the fourth singles ends up in the doubles and is warmed up and ready to go.
Right.
And now actually both teams are coming off from kind of a long break, especially Daniela.
Yeah, the doubles, it looks like that was the number 1 and number 2 players possibly that they sent out, so they didn't stagger at the top. And then they are going to just go ahead and put their best players in the doubles, which is an easy way to construct your lineup.
Now you just got to get through this. Cheryl's got to stay with what she was doing. All she had to do was say, hey, don't rush.
And there the pressure shows.
On the other side.
Knew that she had to keep that ball short, and it was just she played it too tight to the net.
Good direction.
We haven't seen a whole lot of that, but Yuan-Jin Lin again with her own step around on the forehand side.
Just that little counter, she's not overswinging.
Not a whole lot on it, just,
But just enough.
redirected.
Yeah. Very measured, very controlled. there. She tried to put more on it.
Should have waited. That was
Launched that thing.
a great open off the backhand, but just a little bit much. Overcooked the forehand. Again, that's not really her game. You hate to see Cheryl Lim just dump that forehand into the net like that.
Sherlyn had not been making those conversions, but she did it there when she needed it. We'll see what happens here. Oh, this is a nice roll up. Didn't put a bunch into
doing
it.
too much. Maybe got it, you know, overconfident on the forehand drives there.
What some confidence right there. So it's been that Wang Jing has been the one to finish games. Now, Sherilyn, the one with all the pressure, kept it together.
And not overhitting, not too big of a stroke. It's right in the middle, jamming in her opponent. The ball with a subtle hint of side spin on it. I like that stroke.
Yep. That's a very calm swing, and it tells you that she's actually right on time. And
Confidence.
finishes it. Yeah.
For her to be able to open up with the backhand.
Step around.
So impressed with her
and
ability
hit
to
it
do
inside
that.
out, which I hadn't seen her do that. Drive that ball that hard from the middle to the backhand side.
She was just feeling really good again. So that means that we are going to go to the fifth and deciding doubles as Yu-Pin closes out the number 4 singles. Now we're going to see those top 2 singles players for both teams face off against doubles. Again, this is day number 1 of the 2023 Collegiate National Championships. You're watching women's teams quarterfinal action. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Roger Dixon. We're going to take a short break as these young ladies get prepared for doubles. We will be back shortly.
But this thing is because the wire's touching here.
And as we resume women's team's quarterfinal action, UPenn versus Columbia, the umpire, Linda Leaf, is figuring out who wants to elect, serve, and receive. Again, this is going to be very interesting. I think there's funny on both sides of the table in some capacity, whether it be short or medium or long. It's all funny. And that's going to really kind of dictate the flow, because if I'm not mistaken, the Columbia pairing is going to set to be a little bit more aggressive based on what I've seen. We are finally getting a chance for me to see Daniela Llano from Columbia.
So this is the second time today where the other pair the winner has chosen to serve, and the other side chose to move them off of their side. Little psychological battle right from the get-go.
Maybe, I guess.
Well, because now they're looking directly at their coaches in the first game, as opposed to the other team. If they would have elected to stay on that side, not only did they serve first, but they're looking at their coaches and their team right away. So it's easy to gain some energy from the reaction of your team. So
yeah, see what happens. Should be interesting. This is to decide on who goes into the semifinal. It would be the third team advancing into the semis. The number 1 and 2 seeds, UCLA and Texas Wesleyan, have already advanced.
So I'm going to make a comment. I have to vote Daniela with the best shoes yet today. Pink Mizunos.
Yeah, I love
Where
it.
do you get pink Mizunos, man? I could have sold 100 of those.
First of all, where do you get Mizunos in my size?
Yeah,
but
same.
I'm loving the pink Mizunos. I think they're great for this time of year, as most of us have just come off of
Valentine's Day.
Easter.
Yeah,
And
Easter.
the pink is a beautiful pastel.
Yep.
You know, I think that is a color that if they had them in my size, I might consider wearing them. Would I change up the laces a little bit? Yeah,
Probably
sure.
something crazy. Yeah.
Probably just go back to white, basic white. But yeah, I love them.
I mean, that's like kind of one of the fashion statements that you can make on the team. Because everybody's got the same jersey, but hey, you got your shoes.
Yeah, not the basic white and blue Mizuno that everyone had for years.
Yep.
These athletes are expressing themselves.
Yeah,
and we're
two
seeing
different
it
color
through
shoes.
the footwear game.
Yeah, that's the next level. You can have a black sheet with any other color you want on the other side, and the shoes don't, are another thing. So you can have purple, green, pink, red, blue. Thinking what other colors are there?
We're going to find someone. And if you're out there and you're listening and you know most of you, especially on the West Coast, you know someone that customizes footwear, reach out to Roger. He probably can get a basic all-white pair of a table tennis shoe and send it to you or send it to someone to get customized. I think that we should start to make that a thing. Customization of footwear is huge in baseball, football, and basketball. Why not do it in table tennis?
I never even thought about it. But guess what I know how to do? Airbrush.
Well, there you go.
Dang. Been missing my calling for all these years.
Send your shoes to Roger. He'll hook you up. But here we go. We are about to get underway. Doubles. We have the pairings from Penn and Columbia. It's Rachel O and Zedling Nieg versus Daniela Llano and Fengwei Zhang.
This is going to be interesting. Hope you have a nice beverage in hand. It's going to be a nice long battle, I think.
Yeah, when Roger mentions beverage, he's referring to a nice milk tea of some sort. And,
Bubble tea.
Yeah, a boba tea. We'll call it that.
Your favorite personal beverage?
Royal milk tea, 50%, half boba.
Bam, bam. It's funny, they missed a point and they still clapped.
Well, that means
because there was a
they're
point
into
that they wanted to. That's the point they want to play.
They can get into their rallies, both players. I think the setup is definitely going to have to come from Yano. She's going to have to keep Doris in this and keeping her confident to go for her shots. Doris is going to have to take those forehands like she did early in her singles. We saw her doing a lot of step around. I don't know if she's going to have as much time in doubles to do as much step around, so she's going to have to take that ball right off the bounce, maybe some, and drive more forehands to the opposite courts. She's just not going to have the same amount of time, Roger.
Yeah. So there we get another error from the long pips / medium pips play.
Right.
We haven't quite figured that out yet because the ball has been different. Yeah, Daniela really got around to try to get that forehand in and really stretched out wide by the Penn team.
Well, it's a little risky taking a forehand cut that she did on that last ball, but they definitely are going to be the more aggressive of the two teams.
Wow, what a rally. It's the best rally we've had in the doubles yet today.
Yeah, just a great display of footwork and movement in and out of the court.
Recovering from a good shot, a net ball, just balance, balance, balance. That's a smart play by Daniela to just force the ball deep onto the pips without any more added pressure.
Yeah, deep ball, deep, heavy topspin is a very smart play into pips, especially if it's medium or long.
What a return.
It's souped up with so much topspin. It's such a difficult ball to be able to return back over.
Curling in front of you.
Okay. Umpire Linda Leaf was called let for service toss not high enough. She's going to elect to choose that as a warning. Next time it happens, it very well could be a point.
It'll be interesting to see the next rotation of serve and return. It's exactly the ball that Ing wants to see.
But
medium heavy to the wide forehand.
If I remember correctly, that Doris had a very difficult time controlling Nig's forehand, and that's what we experienced again this rotation of service return. Now it's going to flip, and we'll see if she's a little bit more comfortable. I think that Daniela Yano will not have as much difficulty.
No, she
returning.
has a lot of different options on that forehand side.
I've seen her do a heavy chop block sometimes coming across closer to the table against the spins. I've seen her come over. So now first match was advantage Penn. If the rotation stands correct, this next one should be a little bit more comfortable for Columbia. Not to say that they're favored to win the next game, but based on the service and service return, Columbia is now a little bit more comfortable in the way this match should go. The only problem is that is the even game. So if they went to a fifth and deciding game,
it's going to rotate the other way.
Advantage Penn.
Yep. Yeah, that's always the tricky part, is figuring out that, comfort level into the, hey, if we make it to the fifth and we just have to switch, The only thing that they can hope for is to have a big lead
Right.
in the fifth. What a little block. Just jammed and just shoved it back. Nice quick counter off the bounce.
Yeah, they need that to stay in this point. Into this match. It's early in game number 2. Looks like they're a little undecided on what they want out of the serve. And
Yes.
Doris needs that. Doris needs that for her confidence to be able to say it's not all about forehand. She's able to redirect and punch backhands at different points of the court. Columbia, the pairing needs that to stay in this match.
Changing it up to the backhand serve. Changes their spin rotation, so it's a little more beneficial to actually show the backhand like you're going to do the back, but then turn around and use the forehand.
Yeah, and this is, again, if we just saw, this is the rotation that they want. That fourth ball would end up being Yano's, and she would attack that. Excuse me, the fifth ball.
Yeah, I think she's a little mad at herself right there. 2 balls in a row that she kind of just misplayed. She did the right thing, just did a little bit too high.
Right. And they don't want to see themselves down early in game number 2 when they...
This is the better rotation for them.
For them, absolutely.
Sorry.
Just a dribbler that looked like it didn't want to go over, but it did.
Oh, wow. That's that wide, making the team move return that she needs to be able to do. It's good for Doris to get that in there. Really helps her confidence.
Yeah, and again, they closed the lead, the gap quickly. Now it's 4-4. Doris Jean to serve.
I didn't know where that ball was going. I saw her wind up with that backhand, and I was like,
But we saw it,
yep,
right? So if we could see it,
they saw it.
they saw it, but
What do you do? She froze.
step in there. Just step in there and take the heat. Players already committed to a huge wind-up. You know it's coming.
She's not afraid to take that big wind up.
And if you want to go for broke, you see this big wind-up, you get ready for your counter.
Yep.
And again, this is where Doris Zian needs to connect on those forehand drives. It's not, she's not going to get a lot of opportunities for her game with the forehands.
She kind of jumps up onto that ball, where I think if she just waited until the ball was a little bit closer to her, it'd be a little bit better for her.
Or if it was more of a lift and less of a
Yeah,
drive, she was able to brush the ball a little bit more. I think that she'd be able to control that a little bit better.
Good. It's interesting who's calling their serves, because originally the server was calling it, then they switched it. She just needs to hit. Daniela just needs to hit her spots. She's getting the balls. She's just going to be relaxed, hit the spot.
Well, the fact that they're at 8-all here, there's a chance that, you know, one of them's going to land at some point. We've seen her take them on the backhand side as well. They're just getting a little unlucky on some of these shots.
See a bunch of nerves on both sides.
Right. You really don't see that a lot from the team from Penn, overhitting. It looks like she took a bigger cut than usual, and it paid off for Columbia, and they needed that. I really feel like sometimes they just need some free points to kind of settle them down a little bit.
Yeah, but I think this is the stronger receiving serve for Columbia.
Just really aggressive play there, Roger. I don't know if they should have elected to stay patient until they got, I think, a higher ball, because that was a very deep, heavy
I would have been
ball.
okay with it if it would have been her forehand.
Right.
That's the kind of point that Penn does not want to play with these two.
Right.
Columbia is very comfortable with that tempo. They need that wiggly ball.
Just a very smart placed ball by Penn. They saw that the Columbia pairing stepped around. They were going to anticipate forehand, which is what she wanted, but good redirect by Penn.
Yeah, Rachel can hit that forehand.
It's not big.
No.
It's placed well.
Yep. 80, 75, 80%. But on
placed
her
well.
spot.
Yeah.
So now it's going to get real tricky. Because this is not the stronger return.
Well, the game shows that they had their chance. It went to deuce, 12-10 in the second.
Yep.
It's back on Danielle again now to see how she handles the opening soft topspin of the player Ing.
Of Rachel.
Of
Rachel.
Jiling Ing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Ing is going to give her the open
Upper.
soft top.
Or
Not
the
a-
pips ball.
Or the pips ball, and she
Just has to control that ball.
has to make a decision.
Yep.
Because she doesn't want to leave her partner exposed. But
If she
it's
doesn't do something.
it's her best chance is just to go ahead and counter. She knows it's coming. You can see it. We saw it in the singles. We saw it in game number 1 of the doubles.
Yep.
I think it would also go a long ways to help her partner as well, Danielle Llano, not feel like she has to finish
Carry
every
it.
shot.
Yeah. So see if they can pull it off. We've seen a lot of doubles pairings down 2-0 and come back and win in the 5th. See, that's smart. She just kind of soft touch blocks that back to the side where the pips are going to be played from. She doesn't do it to the forehand side. She does it right to where the backhand's going to get played.
Yeah, she's not worrying about her opponent really doing a whole lot with it other than a push.
Yep.
And then again, the pips rotation throws her completely off. She opens up the blade, the topspin, then kicks it long, even though it looked like a general push.
Yeah, Doris lost track
Yes.
of what the spin was. Yeah, if she just would have bumped it forward.
And that's what we want to see. We want to see her taking those cuts off the soft topspin, regardless of the side it's on. She just needs to overcome that ball. now she has been called for the toss, the height of the toss, and they lose a point.
Very interesting. This is where Daniela's got to tell her. Yeah. It puts all the pressure on her to flip every ball. Because she can't push.
Yes, it's a lot of work, but again, I think if Doris connects on a few more and just doesn't overhit, keeps herself into the point, gives herself another chance to come back around, they'll be fine.
That helps her confidence.
It helps. Relaxes you a little bit. Free points.
Oh, that's the same spinny ball she just did.
Did not like that selection.
Nope.
Ball was too low, too much spin, and
She
you
just needed to
didn't brush it.
roll it up.
No, no roll. There's no roll. It's a
No, just
yeah.
just skim the back of the ball. Let it go over by itself. Racket's slightly open.
Then again, an unlucky bounce off the top of the net there.
Yeah, but it's still tight. So no panic button needs to be pushed. Now, the next point.
Rachel O is feeling very confident in this setup with her attack on the outside.
Oh, good direction up the line. Well structured the whole way around. That's a confidence builder again.
Definitely needed that. She needed that, not just for this game, but just for where they are in this game, that they're not out of it. It is tied 6-all. If they could just kind of slowly ease their way back into this match, things then start to happen.
Penn wants to play fast. They want to pick it up right now. I like the idea, but it was a lot of ground to cover. Nice placement.
Yeah, that's not something that we typically see the Penn team mishandle the spin, especially anything, short across the middle, but
Man, she's going to get a lesson when she gets back to school. Somebody's going to throw a sheet of long pips on there. Spend a few hours seeing all the
well, it's tough
wackiness.
because not only are you dealing with the funny, but you're also having to now factor in
pressure and everything else.
the soft top as well, which she hasn't handled the best today.
Yeah. Well, that was good. She finished the ball that she had to finish.
Right. and they're still in this. Columbia very much so still in this. They can keep themselves close, keep themselves motivated, head up, still not being afraid to still take their shot. I like where this is going.
What a risky return, but well done. So now that script is a little flipped. 9-9 your serve. You get to dictate what happens with the next 2 points.
Let's see who they're serving into. Risky for Penn to be aggressive on the return.
Yeah.
It matches this
That
type.
was a little side top serve
Yeah.
that just a little too much heat.
And then an unlucky bounce, and Columbia gets the game that they needed. And they're back into the rotation that they had a chance in game 2 that they let slip away.
Yep.
They somehow got themselves back into this game. Penn
Which-
got tight at the end.
Yeah, I
Got-
think that was the biggest difference was how tight Penn. They saw the finish line, and I think they didn't realize the opportunity that was in front of them.
They also did get a few free points here and there. There was a net ball that dribbled over. There was a misplayed ball with a lot of side spin where they got a free point off of that as well. So that certainly helped them. And now we're, again, it's still advantage Columbia. Still advantage Penn as they're up 2-1. Columbia.
But the confidence is coming back for Daniela and Doris. So now that's dangerous. It's really dangerous. You know, even though, you know, this matchup should favor Columbia. If they can start out strong, you know, if they can get up 4-0, I like the odds of them, you know, winning this.
And
this
this
game.
particular game, going into a
Yeah.
fifth and deciding and then rotating. No, and that's just a really risky shot. You didn't have to play that ball.
Yeah, her feet weren't set, and she reached for it. She could have taken one more step and just spun that ball back in. But she would have really had him in a bad position.
Right, and that's the sequence.
Wow.
That's the sequence. That allows them to get Doris into the fifth ball, and she can attack the fifth ball.
Yeah, put around the net post. Good but risky.
Again, just a really mistimed bad position backhand. That's the second one early into this fourth game.
Yeah.
It's only 3-1, and there's already been 2 of those points.
Yeah, I don't know why she feels like she needs to finish those, where just controlling the position is strong enough. It was a good ball by Rucho. That's the first time I've seen her do like a semi-high toss serve. Very interesting, you know, what people choose to change. And all that did was just change the timing. And sometimes that little change is just enough to force an error from your opponent.
And that's the ball she'd been looking for all game, but this time she actually had time.
Yep.
And she was in position for it.
Yeah, and
the
she
previous
waited,
two.
She waited for Ing to move
Right.
before she let it go. It's funny that you're faster than the ball.
Well, that was just some really good defense by Penn.
Yeah, she really expected the ball to be wider to the forehand.
Yeah, and Daniela Llano wants that forehand back.
Yeah, she just squeezed the trigger a little too hard. It's like you said, she feels that pressure to have to win her point.
That's a great scenario, great sequence, great return block. Didn't try to do too much with it. She just more so reacted to it.
Yeah, because Rachel's ball has a lot of steam on it. Get in good position and do a good block. Her partner doesn't have time to get to it.
And again, the choice of the forehand, the depth of the ball, the angle. If there's no lift, there's no topspin, there's no brush to it, that's just a really risky shot to take.
Yeah. Keeping it tight. Columbia keeps fighting, forcing an error.
And that's
Well, the big
exactly
bag
what
of
that
tricks.
forehand was, very tight there at the end by Rachel.
Big bag of tricks coming out. The high toss, the side spin chop.
And again, in the right rotation for them, they are playing this game very tight. Remember, in game number 2, it went to deuce. Penn was able to pull it out 12-10, but
Doris did the right thing.
Daniela wants that ball back as well. Doris got the backhand that she wanted. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to capitalize on that point because, again, that's the sequence that gets them this game.
Let's see if Doris can turn up the service pressure. Wow, Rachel hanging tight on the middle.
Yeah, and it looked like Doris started off with what she was showing as underspin serve, and she elected to go with somewhat of a dead ball serve that actually got driven back by the pips. And again, a little luck on their side. That's exactly what they got in game number 3. Here in game number 4, their times
See if
are
they
going
can
to need
close it out again.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight again, and it's just a matter of whether or not the shots that they get that they've been missing. It's not like it wasn't the balls that they wanted, but they just need to really finish those. Meaning 2 points to go, it's 9-9.
Yeah, but this is kind of good for them because Ing can't really control Daniela as much on the serve. And even if Rachel opens, Doris can block.
And there it is. Again, we talked about it. Doris is much more comfortable opening up into this situation, and Rachel's just not really putting a whole lot on it. She's been playing a great match so far. And again, a really ill-advised backhand loop that she tried to do too much with. That was a great push deep. And Columbia has fought themselves back into this match. They win on the off rotation and the right rotation at 11-9.
That's crazy.
We're now in the fifth and deciding doubles. They will start off in the rotation that they do not favor, and at some point they will get to rotate back. So with the momentum shift right now, I like what we're seeing from Columbia. Obviously, Penn played a little tight the last two games in some of their offensive selection, and we'll really have to see what happens. But I like the response from the players from Columbia, and we are in action here. If you're just tuning in, this is day one of the 2023 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. You're watching women's team's quarterfinals. This is the deciding factor to see the last team punch their ticket into the semifinals. UCLA, Western, and Texas Wesleyan have all advanced to the semifinals.
This is the last spot.
This is the spot to see who plays Texas Wesleyan. It will be UCLA versus Western in semifinal number 1. And Texas Wesleyan awaits the winner of this one for semifinal number 2. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Roger Dixon. We're in for a treat here. Fifth and deciding game of doubles.
I think one of the things we didn't really recognize is the quality of Daniela's push at times. And she's fearless.
It is heavy, Roger. It is very heavy. And that's smart that she is able to play it deep. Just an unlucky net ball that she caught at an odd angle on the backhand side, but the spin is what carried the ball over.
Yep. Wow. The bow was on the present. She couldn't open it.
I think that wingspan might have had something to do with that.
Yeah. Can really see the bounce here from Columbia.
Yeah, and if I was the UPenn corner,
This next point would be
at some
questionable
point within the
timeout.
next 2 points, they definitely will need to call a timeout depending on what happens. But you don't want to get this too far away and have to rotate sides.
Nice location by Doris.
And the UPenn corner is definitely talking it over, deciding on whether they want to take a timeout. Daniela played it tight, and she knows she played it very tight. She wanted to keep that ball short.
Yeah, I think they wanted to switch it 5-1.
Right.
Not 5-4-2. A little bit of, an advantage there.
And again, these pushes, right? They're playing it close. It's a tight push. They want to keep it short and heavy, but it's so tight that it's just clipping the top of the net. just like that, UPenn erases that 3-point lead. It's now 4-4, and they haven't switched sides yet. Great fight by the players from UPenn.
This is interesting because now, regardless of who wins this next point, Penn's going to hold the serve. She got stuck in the middle.
Ball was slow enough for her to take her shot. Smart timeout by Columbia.
It is confusing when it comes on the switch, because now you got to remember who's receiving and who's serving.
Right. But it's what they wanted. They could have gone into the switch with the lead, but they didn't. But it's still close.
Yep,
So it's
yep.
exactly plays
Yeah,
into
there's
the
not a
favor
big-
of Columbia right now.
There's not a big deficit to come back from.
Right.
You know, you're not switching down 5-3
Right.
or 5-1. You know, this is tight, 1
So
point.
UPenn was
Okay.
really smart in that fourth game where in the rotation, at least they knew that
How the setup flowed.
Ferjan had the setup, but they didn't allow her to hit it off the forehand side. They made her punch from the backhand. It was
Backhand side.
primarily in the middle or the backhand side of the table. If Jean can keep up with that and build upon that, I think that this is where Columbia really has their chance. But
But this is good for them because now Daniela gets 3 points in a row. A serve return and 2 serves.
Penn gives them an easy point right back. We saw
Yep.
that happen in 3 and 4.
No pressure. By missing that serve, they just put more pressure on themselves.
That's the ball that she wants. That's the ball
Medium
that
high,
she needed to
backhand.
hit.
Boom.
She didn't rush it.
She didn't try to drive the ball through the table either. She just hit it just hard enough. That's what they really wanted to see.
And we haven't seen that most of this match. Her an easy forehand drive.
The quick backhand pick hit.
Yeah, Fengley Jean is coming alive here for Columbia. UPenn had started to get tight towards the end of the fourth anyways. It carried a little bit into the fifth. They gifted them a point at 5-all. And you just, again, this is now all confidence and adrenaline. Columbia, big forehand down the line. We hadn't seen that ball most of this match, but she hits it. That's what she's been wanting to do
And
most of
Penn
the match.
took the timeout.
And now Penn takes their timeout.
Yeah, because that was a big run.
That was an incredible run by Columbia. They had a lead, they gave up the lead, and now they're able to regain their lead. Liking what I'm seeing, but also, again, as we've talked about it time and time in this match, this is the rotational side. This is the serve return that Columbia likes, they prefer. And Penn is going to have to figure out something. I'm hoping that they don't feel the need to press. Where they
They shouldn't. They just need to keep playing the game they're playing. And just clean it up a little bit. Feng Wei has really kind of lifted herself up, you know, and Daniela's helped her by really good service choices and good positioning, allowing both the backhand pick hit to happen and that big forehand.
got away with one there.
Yeah.
And the same point that got them here, or same ball that got them here, is the same ball that just let them down. It's in the same position. It's the same side.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but that one kind of curled out on her, kept going out wide on her backhand a little bit. And she didn't get herself right in good footwork position.
The nerves are setting in for Daniela right now. And she feels it. She's seeing it in herself, in her game, that she's not as loose as she wants to be.
Yeah, that needs to be a loop ball.
Yes.
That is not a drive ball.
An unlucky edge ball there by Columbia.
Wow.
Great placement, right idea to begin with.
So
They
here
just
we
got
are.
Really lucky.
So here we are once
The
more.
last time we were here, it ended up 12-10. Well, excuse me, 11-9.
11-9.
But the first time we were on this rotation, it ended up at 12-10. So it's interesting to see what happens here. And that's the rotation and the points that Columbia wants. It's the quick off the bounce ball. It's the counters. There's not a lot of underspin or dead going on. It's just basically drives and loops. Match point Columbia. And it looks like someone's going to hurt themselves on the celebration. Congratulations to Columbia.
I think she actually did hurt herself at the 10-9 point. I saw her react kind of funny on her foot, and we'll see what happens with Doris going forward if she's 100%. And she's running okay.
All right.
That was really intense. Really intense. And that's what we want to see. I mean, you saw the crowd come alive at the end of that game.
Great fight, and probably a lot of people sitting at home didn't see Columbia reeling off 3 straight games. But it worked out in their favor. And again, we talked about the scenario. We talked about it probably in the second game, going to the 5th and deciding game. The rotation was going to be in Columbia's favor if they were able to get there. And once they lost that second game, we thought it was going to be a challenge that they lost their opening service
Yeah,
return. But they were able to come back and fight, win games 3 and 4, 11-9. Congratulations to the ladies of Columbia. They have punched their ticket into the women's last slot for the semifinals. We're up next, Roger. Who did they get? Many times national champion Texas Wesleyan.
So, yeah.
Congratulations
What did you win?
to UPenn for a well-fought tournament, making it to quarterfinals. Again, great to see them here. Great to see them going deep into the tournament. We'd just like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, DHS, the City of Round Rock Sports Center, Major League Table Tennis, and also NCTTA and its many staff and volunteers for making this weekend exactly what it is. And as well, Pong Space. If you have not had a chance to check out that app, please visit Pong Space as well. That's a great new product and platform that's out there for people to get more exposure to the game.
Yeah, if you need a place to play, you're looking for some help, there's tips online by pros, former collegiate national champion Angela Guan's on there. It has like daily tips that you can link into. I think you can connect with the coach do virtual online coaching, or you can set appointments to work with these coaches in various cities around the country.
Yeah, awesome way to go. Table tennis has just really moved forward and advancing here in the U.S., and there's so much more ahead of us. And we're just curious to see what happens. We're going to take a short break here as we get ready for Northwestern and Rutgers to continue on. Carnegie Mellon. Same colors. So Carnegie Mellon and Northwestern here in this co-ed team event. We'll be back shortly.
Black, red. Who wants to choose? Red? Black. See receive or choose side? Receive? Side?
I can stay here.
You stay here? Okay. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead. give him a minute and do a walk.
Ah, like an official.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we can leave the racket there.
Yeah. Sorry.